Okay, good morning. I call the February 10th, 2026 meeting, day 2 of the State Board of Education to order. Welcome to those in attendance and listening online. I do want to welcome and recognize Superintendent Derek Reinhardt from Lyons and Superintendent Rachel McLaren from Sedgwick. Thank you for being with us today. I think Rachel is going through the Kelly program, the leadership development, so thank you for being with us. We have all board members present and at the board table. The agenda was approved yesterday, which includes today's items. First up, we are going to have Dale Dennis present. Thank you, sir.
It's been a little while.
Yeah, it's been, I bet.
It's good to be here, though. Today's kind of a special day. I want to tell you about a gentleman who's... It's on, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure I need it, but it's on. A gentleman who worked in the department for many years. It's interesting, he graduated from K-State in 1926. Now, in 1926, very few teachers, particularly elementary, had a degree. And this later becomes kind of important in his career. And his name was F. Floyd Herr. And Floyd, he taught school in Johnson, Kansas. Then he went to Argonia and became a principal superintendent. Then later on became superintendent at Medicine Lodge. And in 1943, he came to the Department of Education. And he retired in 1971. At that time, he was an assistant commissioner for the Division of Teacher Certification and Accreditation. And at that time, we had adult ed. And Floyd took a lot of pride in teacher licensure and accreditation. Matter of fact, anything came up on that subject, usually they went to Floyd to ask about it. He was involved in more organizations than you can ever imagine in that arena. He organized the National Association of Directors of Teacher Ed and Certification, and he was 16 years. He served on the Chief State School Officers Committee on Certification and Licensure. Professional Standards Board, he was very involved and heavy in that. But anything to do with licensure or accreditation, Floyd was involved. And if you wanted something changed, you went to Floyd first. And if he said no, you might as well forget it because it wasn't going anywhere. I mean, it wouldn't make it. But he always had thought through things. Very thoughtful person, very caring. He worked with a team that was a little bit maybe unusual. He worked with a team in accreditation and certification, and they were there a long time. They didn't just come a year or two and leave. It was staff that stayed. John Vinteron is the one who kind of had accreditation, and another person, C.C. Rice, C.W. Rice. Those people, they worked with him for many, many years. Floyd was very caring and was very proud of what he did and where he worked. He was kind of embarrassed a little bit when he first came to the department because Kansas had the lowest percentage of master's degree teachers in the nation, one of the lowest. When Floyd left, we were one of the highest. We had one of the highest master's degree teachers in elementary school in the nation. And he worked on that and was very passionate about getting, and some of us kind of forget. When he first started, remember, in a teacher at the elementary level in 1926, you could probably get a teacher's license by graduating from high school and doing summer school. And when he got his degree in 1926, he would have been unique because many did not have that. And but he was a very special person. He received numerous awards, but he took probably the greatest recognition he got was he got to be the assistant commissioner for teacher licensure and certification. that was very, very important to him. And he led with passion, caring, and very supportive of schools and kids. Super guy. And his family has something that they want to present to the board, and unless somebody tells us differently, the plan is we'll put this up by the deputy commissioner for teacher accreditation and certification now, who's Renee's office. There's a place up there that we can put it, and that coincides with what he did. And I think Floyd would appreciate and like that location. So, but anyway, today, to make the presentation, we have his grandson, Tracy Thomas, and for some of you maybe, Tracy is an executive with U.S. Premium Beef, but his wife was a writer for the Eagle Beacon, and also for the Kansas City Star in recent history. Did State House reporting for the Star, and so forth. Well-respected lady, and still works for the Star. And so anyway, and we were going to ask Tracy if he'll officially make the presentation, make a few brief comments about this picture that he's going to present, and a little bit of who was the painter on this is another story, and he'll tell you about that. So, Tracy, okay. There you are.
All right.
There you go, bud. Take care. Thank you.
All right. Very good.
Welcome and thank you.
Well, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. And good morning to everybody. And Mr. Dennis, thank you for your very kind remarks. Floyd Herr was my grandfather, and as he mentioned, I'm one of 6 grandchildren, and as I read your bios, I know several of you appreciate and really love the title of grandma or grandpa, as do I. So anytime I can be referred to as a grandchild, I'm going to take that moment, no questions asked. Floyd and Esther, we knew them as grandmother and granddaddy. And my mother, Eleanor, aunt, Margaret, they were all involved in education. Mr. Dennis gave his background when he moved to Topeka. I think when he first went to work for the State Department, I believe you were on the 2nd floor of the State House, and it was sometime after the '66 tornado in Topeka when the office moved over on the northwest corner of 10th and Quincy. I recall there was a sporting goods, whenever I would go visit him, there was a sporting goods store, I think right down the road, just down the road, and I'd always try to talk him into a trip down there. Maybe I could get a baseball or something when we went inside. But granddaddy, he was my, I grew up on a farm northeast Clay Center. My wife's from Little River, just west of McPherson. He was my hunting buddy, fishing buddy. We had a basketball goal that was nailed up to the side of a barn, and we'd sit out there and play horse for hours. So he had a real passion for the way that he went about things. Our family is thrilled. I reached out to Dr. Watson a few weeks ago to see if it would be possible to donate. The family had talked about this, and so on behalf of the family, it's our thrill and honor to donate this painting. When I first saw this was one of Granddaddy's most prized possessions. And at first glance, I could see why. As you look at the painting, the ranch scene probably reminded him of the small ranch that he grew up on in Barber County near Medicine Lodge. But I couldn't figure out if there was anything else going on. Well, one day I found this little envelope on the back, and I opened up the envelope, and inside was an article from February 1967 edition of the Topeka Capital Journal. Now, the Capital Journal is, Mr. Dennis indicated, my wife Judy, she, in the late 80s and early 90s, she was the Capital correspondent for the Wichita Eagle, so she covered the session for several years. And Judy told me anytime there's an education issue, whether it was budget, whether it was expenses, whether it was previous legislation, proposed legislation, how to interpret the school finance formula. Right here was the man. He was highly regarded and respected by the capital media and legislators, respectively. So, yeah, that goes back a couple of years ago as well. But the particular envelope I found, it detailed a young man who graduated from Topeka High in 1940. His name was Robert Hodgel. You can see it, his name in the lower right-hand corner. And as a young lad, you might remember it was, well, you don't remember, but in 40 and 41 was when John Stewart Curry, when you step off the second floor elevator in the Capitol and you're greeted by that magnificent mural, that depicts John Brown. I think what's it called? Tragic Prelude is the name of the prelude. Well, this particular young artist helped him with his scaffolding, helped him mix paints, handed paintbrushes to him as well. And I thought, well, how in the world did Granddaddy ever hook up with him? Well, in this very same article, and Dr. Watson, I sent you a copy of that article, it mentioned that his family lived at 1158 Mulvane. Back then, they would put your address in an article, 1158 Mulvane. Granddaddy and grandmother lived at 1206 Mulvane, so they were neighbors. So that's how the connection came through. But and again, it's a real thrill and an honor to donate. I know Granddaddy, after he left us in 1975. Just kind of reflecting back as I matured and some of the things that he said, I knew that the man was bound and determined and highly motivated to leave planet Earth in much better shape than he found it, and education was his vehicle to do so. And just like all of you, you have a burning desire and love for education. So it's our pleasure to say thank you to all of you, Ms. Hopkins, and it's our privilege and pleasure to be with you today. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Tracy, we sure want to thank you and the family. If you'll convey that, we'd appreciate it. So
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It's a beautiful painting. Beautiful painting. Thank you. Wow. Renee's going to love that, I think, in her office.
Well, we're not going to give it to her.
No, just in the office. Just in the office, right? It's got to stay there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that'll be fun to stare at all morning, won't it?
Thank Deborah.
Okay. Well, now we get to move into fun things, right? Our legislative report from our dear Dr. Harwood, who, does the thing over across the street. What do you have for us today, sir?
So thank you for calling me dear doctor. That I don't get that very often, so I appreciate that. As the PowerPoint's coming up, this has been a kind of frenetic session. There's been a lot going on all the time. So I'm going to cover some things. There we go. And then, but I will tell you that, so Gabby is at House Appropriations right now. Gabby is at House Appropriations right now. And so what I'm saying now could be different by the time I get done. And then Senate Ways and Means meets a little bit after that. So a lot of things are going on. So just to kind of give you a little bit about all that. So this is the 27th day of what's supposed to be a 90-day session. There have been 563 bills introduced this year. And currently there are 990 bills in committee. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about what happens with that. Most of those will never get a hearing and nothing will ever happen with them, but that's what's there. The important thing is that a week from tomorrow is turnaround. So again, this is the second year of the biennium. So that's why there are 990 bills in committee, because those are all the ones that were there last year that nothing happened with. But February 19th is turnaround, and theoretically, any bill in a non-exempt committee, or it's not in an exempt committee, that doesn't make it out of its chamber of origin by next Thursday is dead. Now, I say theoretically because it could come up someplace else again. So nothing's dead until they're gone. But this year, when they adjourn, sine die, all of these bills will be dead. Everything will have to start over again next year. So that's the way the biennium works. So I'm going to go through, don't usually spend a lot of time with the Kansas School for the Deaf and the Kansas School for the Blind budgets, but this could have an impact on work you will have to do. So I'm going to go through that. So in House K-12 budget, Kansas School for the Blind got their pay parity increase for 2027, which would be part of the negotiations you do, a roof replacement, and then approved the request to purchase a car. So this is pretty standard how those budgets go. The Kansas School for the Deaf, in your salary negotiations, you had the 6 days and more money if appropriated. So in the House K-12 budget, they did not add the 6 days, but they did increase salary for 26 and 27. So they didn't increase it the amount of the 6 days, but there was an additional increase above what Olathe was the year before. And then they got the Emory roof, but not the dorm renovation. And then they restored a 1.5% lapse from the year before for their outreach, right? So in this situation, if this goes through, I'll have to meet with Mark and figure out if the current Kansas School for the Deaf contract would allow for this increase in salary without the days, because this will be different than the salary that was agreed to. If it isn't, then you may have to issue a new contract based on this, which means you'd have to reopen negotiations to go through that. If this happens this way, if the House position gets taken, that means the Kansas School for the Deaf teachers will get paid more this year and next year than the Kansas School for the Blind teachers. All right? So the other thing that they did that will make a difference for you is that they added language to both the School for the Deaf and School for the Blind that they can do purchasing like school districts and not like state agencies. What this means is that as their school board, you will have to approve any purchase they make over $20,000. So it's like, for example, the van that the School for the Blind wants to purchase, it's supposed to be about $90,000 to $100,000. You will have to approve that purchase because they'll no longer go through the Office of Procurement. And then they will have to do RFPs and bids just like a school district would. So just wanted you to know that may be coming. Those are things that, and a lot of school districts do those as part of a consent agenda. Some of them take presentations, so you'll have to figure that part out. The Senate education, you might know that they don't always do things exactly the same. Senate education added the 6 days and the additional salary to both the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind. The School for the Blind's current contract does not allow for 6 days and additional pay. So if this version comes through, or there's some compromise that raises the salary for the School for the Blind, you will have to issue a new contract for the School for the Blind. Now the difference is the School for the Blind doesn't have a bargaining unit, so you can just issue the contract. If that contract had 6 additional days and the School for the Blind teachers didn't want to work an additional 6 days, they could just not sign that contract and continue to work under the current contract because you can't make them change the contract in the middle of the year. Now, I don't know what the end is going to be. We'll keep you informed. I just wanted you to know that these are the things that could happen that would require work on your part sometime between the beginning of April and the end of the school year, because part of this is we won't know this until probably late March at the earliest. And if the School for the Blind needs to add 6 days, they don't have very long to do that. So if we get there, we'll come up with a plan. I just want you to know. All right? Any questions about that one? Because there's a lot to that. Yeah. And again, so what will happen is that if these will get passed by the House and the Senate, then it goes to conference committee. The conference committee could work it all out to make it the same. But if they do something where it adds days or money to the School for the Blind, that would require a new, a different contract. All right. So then we'll move on to KSDE's budget. Okay. Questions?
Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Frank, backing up a little bit, I think this was on the House K-12 budget. You mentioned 20,000 for the RFP. Isn't that 25? I thought we
No,
had a
so,
similar 20.
well, so for
That's-
this agency, you approve anything that's above $25,000. State law for school districts is the board approves anything above $20,000.
Okay, difference.
Yeah. So, it will be different because what this proviso does is it has the two state agencies purchase as if they were school districts, which is different. I will say that this is a proviso and they want to report next year before they actually make it law, which is actually one of the ways the proviso should work is we're going to try this out, see what happens, and then we'll make a decision after that.
Gotcha.
Okay? All right. And the reason for this is that there are some rules with state agencies that are cumbersome. Some of you are aware of those. So this will just have these two schools, which are technically state agencies, purchased like school districts. So, all right. So then the KSDE budget and House K-12 budget for SGF, which is State General Fund, there's a CPIU increase of 3% to the base state aid, which is about $109 or $10 million statewide. They added $10 million for special education. K-12 budget added $129,000 for school board salary, but that has already been taken out in a previous appropriations meeting. The comment that was made is that needs to be a bill. Well, we don't think so because there was a bill last year that says you can pay yourselves whatever you want. They just didn't give you any money to do that with. They actually gave you less. And then $7,535 for military compact. Yeah.
Betty.
Thank you. And you had brought up on special education. We had a presentation yesterday where there was some discussion about money that we're sending back. Randy did it in his board presentation, and looking at a way for to get the money that's been appropriated to go to special education. How would we, given that they put this figure up there, how would that be factored in, or is that something that?
So it was explained during the when I was explaining to them your request of $145 million for next year. I explained that they were already saving $123 million in 2026 and $109 million in 2027. Those funds were appropriated for K-12 education in 2025, so they were current appropriations. Instead of doing that, they decided to reappropriate those funds, and so they take them back and then only add $10 million to special education. The way that language would have had to have worked is that they would have had to appropriate that funding from, in most cases, state foundation aid into special education. So the legislature would have had to take that action. Instead, they took the savings and put of over $200 million and put it into $10 million of special education. And so the state board, you asked for $145 million, they said 10.
And in that ask, you made it clear to them that that's money we're giving back to you that's already been appropriated, but they still said absolutely not.
Yes.
I mean, that's what it comes down to.
So, at this point then, for board members, public to call in, is it still time where that could be done where we contact?
So yes, the time is growing short, and I'll tell you a little bit why. So in the Appropriations Committee right now, they could be saying, no, we're not going to make that $10 million. We're going to make it $145 million. They could do that today by amending the budget language. Ways and Means could do that today. Once it goes to the floor, the House has rules about pay-go, which you couldn't say we're going to add $145 million here unless you can say where you're going to take it from. I don't know if you can say we're going to take it out of this reappropriation. I don't know the rules well enough to do that. That's possible. Assuming that the House and the Senate don't pass exactly the same budget, which would be really unlikely, then it would go to conference committee, and then the conference committee could change that amount. So yes, there are times when it can happen. It's left the education committees and now it's gone to the appropriations in the House and Ways and Means in the Senate. Then it will go to both chamber floors, and then it will go to conference, and it will go back to both chamber floors, and so the process would continue there.
Good times.
All right. But speaking of the money that's kind of left over, in existing resources, K-12 budget added $1.77 million for professional development, which is what districts got in 2025. There's nothing in 2026. Mentor teachers would go back to the same. National board certification would go back to the same, and $500,000 in E-rate match would also be existing resources. So the way this works is that for 2025, there was $35 million left that we didn't send out because the formula didn't call for it. And so as long as there's $35 million, as long as there's at least $8.5 million, again, this would be money that just wouldn't get reappropriated. So that's what the existing resources say. So we would have permission then to spend money that they said, you need to spend this on state foundation aid or LOB, supplemental state aid, all those kinds of things. But if you have a little bit extra, you can spend it on this. So that's what they've done. That was accepted by the appropriations as part of the recommendation, but it could be changing anytime today or tomorrow, or it could change anytime in the future. So the $2.5 million for other outside agencies, $800,000 was for JAG-K, $1.3 something million is for Spark Wheel, and $320,000 was for the youth career virtual reality system. $1.8 million is actually for the KSDE and the state board to continue the FastBridge contract 1 year. So that's part of that. So they would continue to buy down part of FastBridge for 1 more year. Okay. All right. On the Senate side, the other part is this is important, is the pre-K pilot for this year is funded with child initiative funds, which comes from the key fund, which is tobacco settlement dollars. Half of it is that, $4.2 million. The other half is TANF, which is aid for needy families. So that's federal dollars that come through DCF. What they've said is that they will all be funded with TANF. That could make some changes in what students are eligible. We're still trying to figure that out. It may mean that we need to delay the awards to figure that out. One thing we know for sure is that you cannot charge any administrative costs to TANF funds. So districts would have to do something different with that, but we don't. And then there is some question about whether or not there are enough TANF funds to do that, but I don't know their budget. On the Senate side, Senate Education approved the CPIU increase and nothing else. But yesterday, Senate Ways and Means added $5 million for special education. So back to Ms. Arnold's point, that could have been $200 million. That was just a motion that was made and went through that way, but it was $5 million. And then they actually did this as part of their discussion for the Office of the Early Childhood, but they also said that the pre-K pilot would be funded completely out of TANF. The governor's recommendation was that they stopped using CIF and use state general fund for the other half of pre-K pilot. The reason being the key fund, which is the tobacco settlement, is they're spending money faster than the revenues are coming in, so they need to stop doing that. So the recommendation was to move it out of the key fund, but as opposed to the governor's recommendation, which was SGF, this was TANF funds. Again, there's a lot of time before any of this is done. Maybe by your next meeting, we'll know a little bit more. All right, so I'm going to go through bills pretty quickly. They are color-coded. Yellow means they've had a hearing. Green means they've passed out of committee. And if it's just the regular color, whether that's blue or black, I can't tell, that means that there is no hearing scheduled, did not have a hearing, which, again, technically means they can't make it to the floor next week, and then they can't get out of the chamber, so they would be dead. So this first one's one that we put on there. It's a CAPERS thing. This actually is one of your priorities. This would make it easier for CAPERS teachers, as CAPERS retirees, to be rehired as teachers. Adds them to the list of first responders for the most part on there. The next one is parent consent. This puts in a civil penalty for, it's hard to tell whether it's districts or teachers that provide mental health services without notifying the parent. 2421, which is now actually House Sub for Senate Bill 281, has had a interesting path. This would be the ban on using cell phones. So it would say that originally it said that all all accredited public and non-public schools boards, or whatever governing body that is, would have a policy that would ban the use of cell phones bell to bell. Also have some things in there about teachers communicating with students via social media and some things like that in there. The Senate heard it but never worked it. The House heard it and started working it, and on Monday they passed it out, and they changed it so that it was school districts and accredited non-public schools may have a policy about cell phones. So it's good because many of them already do. But then yesterday they came back and reconsidered it and put it in that public schools shall have a policy that says you can't have cell phones, and accredited non-public schools may have that policy. The one thing they did do is they took out the reporting about the devices, the district-owned devices. I think you guys, I don't know if that was yesterday or today that you guys were going to hear us that. So it was work you were already doing. So we told them we would share that because it's a public document. So then after they had reconsidered it, they came back and reconsidered it again. And then they gutted Senate Bill 281 and inserted the contents of House Bill 2421. The important thing about this is that Senate Bill 281 has already passed the Senate last year. And so now it will go, if it passes the House, it will go back to the Senate. The Senate can just concur and say it's a law. I mean, it goes to the governor. They can say, well, that was a big difference, which, considering that the other one was about tax plans for education, it's a pretty big change. They can refer it to a committee that can work it and go from there. So it's been an interesting journey for cell phones.
Frank, does it still use the verbiage, though, inaccessible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so in this situation, yeah, the student can't have access to the device. All right. They did put something in there that would hold districts harmless of liability for when they have to confiscate the phones. But all right. So then the next one is tax credits. Again, so there was same bill. The Senate didn't hear it. The House passed out. This has two parts. One is electing to participate in the federal education tax credit, which is part of H.R. 1. The state has to opt in. The reasoning for that is that it's a $1,500 tax credit on your federal taxes. If the state didn't opt in, a Kansas taxpayer could actually make a donation to another state and still get the tax credit. So that's why I said, well, it makes sense. Well, if Kansas taxpayer should go, there has to be an SGO. The SGO rules are very different, and we don't have anything to do with them, which I'm fine with. But it also then increased the maximum amount of tax credits for the tax credit for low-income student scholarships from $10 million to $20 million next year, and up to $30 million. It will increase by 25% if they get to 75% of the limit, so up to $30 million. So that would be $20 million of tax revenue that the state will not receive, and they said they couldn't afford to do more than $10 million in special education. The next one is, this one is about ACT. So this removes the requirement that the state board shall have a contract with ACT for a college entrance exam. What it would change is that we would have to do an RFP, and so we could look at other exams. This is not uncommon that the legislature has shied away from naming vendors. ACT was specifically named because we've been using ACT a lot for a long time. That could certainly be part of the RFP, but that's what that does. Doesn't really change much of else. The next one is about 5-year-olds had to be toilet trained in order to come to kindergarten. Had a hearing, but it won't be worked. The next one had a hearing. Actually, they started working it yesterday and couldn't finish. This requires districts to have naloxone in every school, and they have to teach high schoolers about the dangers of fentanyl. We always kind of do that as part of our health curriculum anyway, so not a big change, but it does require districts to have a stock supply in every school. You have to have policies about it. This was an interesting, because it's a sub-bill, so this is a sub-bill for House Bill 2530, so 2530 subs for 2530. This actually requires the technical schools and community colleges to award college credit to students that score platinum, gold, or silver on work keys. So work keys provides a credential, and then if you're trying to get a technical certificate or diploma, this would require the award credit. Don't know exactly what that is yet. The next one is back to the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind. As you know, the teachers for the School for the Deaf and School for the Blind cannot be paid less than the teachers on Olathe got last year. This would change it so you can't pay them less than what the Olathe teachers get this year. The problem with that is that you won't know what the Olathe teachers get paid this year until sometimes December of the year. I mean, you just don't know. So this got a hearing yesterday, but isn't going to be worked. I think the important thing that's come out of this from the legislature is the state board could negotiate a contract that pays more than what Olathe got paid last year. And that, because it says no less than, I think the interpretation has been, well, that's just what it said at. That's not true. You can pay more. So I think that's the important part from this for the state board. The next one is Aaron's Law, which is about child sex abuse education for both staff and students. I think that's going to get worked today. This one is, so CEP, the Community Eligibility Program, a building is eligible to provide free lunches to all students if 25% of the students are directly certified for free lunch. The problem is that if you're not at least at 63.5%, the math doesn't work to make it pan out. What this would require is that any district that's eligible, and 73% of all buildings are eligible, has to explain why they're not doing it. So 2656, on the other hand, would just feed all students. It's be free lunch for all students with state funds. That did not get a hearing. 2637 is getting a hearing tomorrow. 2660 is a blueprint for literacy. So that was in higher ed budget, which added $5.5 million so they can continue the foundations course paying for that. But at this point, it does not have a hearing to change any language. So the policy part does not have a hearing at this point. 2663 was a bill that we asked to have introduced, and it clarifies some language about the at-risk accountability plans. This was the language that the pilot group asked for. One of them was that currently the law says you have to use third grade. We're asking you to change it to fourth grade because you have to do a 4-year plan based on state assessments. Third graders haven't taken the state assessment, so it lets you look at third grade scores before you set it. The other one is about 177 districts will not be reasonably able to have a 4-year cohort survive all 4 years. If that's the case, then they can work with KSDE to come up with a different plan for the cohort, those kinds of things. 2672, this would actually change language in statute that refers to individuals with intellectual disabilities. Currently, there is some outdated language that they'd like to get changed. The next one is establishing positive learning environments. This is a behavior management requirement for districts, doesn't have a hearing. The next one would take the tax credit scholarship for low-income students and take out the low-income part, just could be for anybody. It also does not have a hearing. 2710, Parental Bill of Rights, this has come up in different times. It also does not have a hearing. The next one actually has a hearing tomorrow. This would decrease the minimum age for compulsory attendance from 7 to 6. And so it would require any child that is 6 by August 31st to attend school that year. Now, they don't have to attend public school. It can be private school, it can be homeschool, lots of different things, but just takes it down 1 year. 2743 is, it says the Board of Regents, but this is about you can't require students to take DEI courses in teacher preparation courses. Just so you know, this is caught up in some things around DEI at the college level. Basically, our position has been, if the law says that they can't do it, then our regulation can't make them do it. So it's just the problem is you can change statute faster than you can change regulation. So we'll let them get all the statutes done, and then we can go back and look at the regulations. But this also doesn't have a hearing. And then the 2744 is encouraging the Linda Brown Family Walk to School Day. So you might have remember last year there was a Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day that did not go anywhere in. This one would actually be about Linda Brown Walk to School Day, about the Brown v. Board of Education. So similar concept, more Kansas connection.
But they want to pass a bill to encourage?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I'm catching them.
So, I mean, currently I don't know of anything that would be a Linda Brown Walk to School situation. I mean, so this would be something that would encourage districts to adopt something that recognize Brown versus the Board of Education with a walk to school day. Yeah. Yeah. 2745, this will be an interesting one for districts. This would eliminate revenue neutral rate, which causes districts a lot of problem. For cities and counties, what it does is you can't raise taxes without an election of the people. And in doing that, so you don't need the revenue neutral rate anymore because people have to vote for it. School districts have different rules because school districts, if you want to have an 8 mil levy, it's subject to protest petition. Your LOB percentage is subject to protest petition. So there's already kind of so some of those things are already in there. So school districts would actually just go back to what they were doing before. School district levies are either capped at 8 mils for capital outlay, or it's whatever takes to fund either the LOB or a bond. And again, the bond already went to the electorate. So school districts already had more rules than cities and counties did, and they kind of got swept up in the revenue neutral rate piece. So this would just kind of go back to before. It also, for cities and counties, does a property tax relief fund where if the cities and counties don't raise their levies, they would have access to some other funds. The next one is enacting a speech language pathology assistant license. This got introduced recently, has a hearing tomorrow, I think. I haven't had a chance to look at it much. The next one is in red because this one actually didn't, for the school district part, didn't actually have a hearing. It started off as a gender marker on driver's license bill, and then on the House floor changed into about bathrooms. And so the big thing for school districts in this is that, actually state office buildings, if you have you have to designate it, whether it's a multi-use private space or an individual use private space, label them correctly. I don't think that's a big deal. There is a $25,000 per day fine if you're not in compliance. The other part is that for anybody 10 years old or over, individuals could get a $1,000 civil penalty for going into a bathroom that doesn't conform with their biological gender as defined in the bill. And so this could have an issue for schools. However, and the schools don't enforce that in any way from the civil penalty. That has to go through the county or district attorney or the attorney general. Okay. And that's with the governor in some regard. I don't know if it's been enrolled yet, so I don't know if the 10 days has started yet or not. So now we move on to Senate bills, and I'll try to go pretty fast. This is 339. You'll be interested in this as a recess bill. This would require 30 minutes of recess per day for all students K through 8. So middle schoolers would have to have 30 minutes of recess. It also requires 30 minutes of physical activity in addition to the 30 minutes of recess for all students K through 12. And physical activity is defined as getting your heart rate to 75% of your max, which means you're sprinting most of the time for 30 minutes. It also enacts the presidential fitness test that So the state board has to implement that. At this time, there isn't one. So it got taken out. They've talked about adding one, but at this point, there isn't one. 341 is, this requires that if there's a post-secondary course taught in a high school, then there has to be a contract, and it puts in parameters of a contract between the school district and the post-secondary institution. However, if there's already a contract, you can keep using the one you have until you change it again, and then you have to follow these rules. Next one is, this has a hearing today. We'd have to put in our social studies standards, something about understanding communism and socialism. It's already in there, by the way. This says K-12, and it didn't really show up till later, but it says age appropriate. And then there would also be required for graduation a 100-question civics test, which we would have to develop and implement for graduation. 382, this actually, what this does is that currently a virtual school can give the state assessment virtually, and there has to be this third-party proctor. This gets rid of that, and basically we asked for some amendments that they're working on that basically says we will monitor virtual schools the same way we monitor all schools, which means we have a team of people that goes out and monitors. It's somewhat random unless there are anomalies, and then we pick other schools for that. The next one is, I don't know what it does. It's supposed to change the definition of a special teacher. It's about whether or not a teacher that is contracted with another agency that is contracting with the school district is eligible for reimbursement. They already are. This is trying to fix a problem with a virtual school that isn't a legislative problem. It's actually a contractual problem involving the third-party virtual school, the district, and the interlocal. So this doesn't change anything, so that's what I told him yesterday. 384, so you may know, and actually Dr. Watson could answer questions better than I could, about the Public Innovative District program. It's currently not active. What this does is changes the date from December 1 to May 1. The biggest thing that it does, which is why we provided some opponent testimony about it today, is the state board would have 30 days to approve an application, or it automatically gets approved. And so the explanation is your policy is that you receive 1 month and approve the next month. And so to do that, you may have to have special meetings. And we don't know of any problem that's been come up with this. Nobody's applied for years. Nobody's said the 90 days is too long or that the December 1 is too early. So the opposition is that the 30-day time frame is too short for the state board. And the state board, it still keeps the state board's role, doesn't change, but 30 days is just too short. So, and if there are districts that are interested, they should apply. Again, the first two have to be approved by the governor, the chair of Senate Education, and the chair of House Education before the application can come to you. So it's quite a process. 387, this is also an interesting one. So this would require all districts to verify the gross income of all students that qualify for at-risk funding. Now remember, only if they do it through an application. If they're directly certified, you don't have to do it. So the interesting thing about this is that districts are limited to verifying 3% of free lunch applications. So they've tried to take this out. They took out free meals and put in at-risk funding. The problem with that is that if we're verifying more, the district finds out about it. They have to let the child nutrition people find out. I mean, so it still causes a problem. So we'll see where it goes. The problem they're trying to solve is that they believe, because of LPA said this, is that there was $38 million of overpayment for at-risk funds because they think a lot of students are eligible under the free lunch application. What I've tried to let them know is that LPA did this study in 2006 and found it was worse than it was now. And the legislature still did that in 2017 with the new policy. And they said, yeah, we know about that, but this is the best we have. So they're trying to fundamentally change the funding formula without actually changing the funding formula. There's a task force going on. Wait till next year, and if you don't like that free lunch applications are included, change the funding formula and take that out next year. So that's kind of what's going on with that one. The other thing that it does is it adds in paying for reduced price meals, because the governor asked for that, so they put that in, but doesn't subject to appropriation. It doesn't actually give any appropriation. It just says we could if we had money. The other thing it does is the CEP programs I talked about before, where the district has to explain why they're not doing it if they're eligible. This would say that if you want to, you have to get legislative permission to do that, which is also a violation of federal regulation because even you, who are the state education agency, can't stop a district from doing it if they should decide to do it locally. Our only role in that is to determine if they are eligible, and then they choose whether they do it or not. So we'll see about that. The next one is Holocaust education. That's similar to socialism and communism. We just have to check, but it doesn't have a hearing. 421 is called the Speak Act, and basically this sets up a civil penalty if a school district violates a student's First Amendment rights. So it doesn't actually give any more rights. It just takes it from a federal right to now a state legislated with a possible $5,000 civil penalty. 440, I'll just say is not going anywhere. This was a misunderstanding with some folks about how a private entity needed to get accredited to do special education training. So I've already told that's not going to get a hearing. 441, applied behavior analysis. You may have heard about this. This one is, whereas the guidance you guys talked about is you should follow the law. This actually says you should follow the law based on the interpretation that somebody else wants to have. I'm just going to say it that way. But it doesn't have a hearing. 458 is would require you to go back to the 2024 performance levels and cut scores. Again, it doesn't have a hearing. 491 is the Haley-Weisenbach Protecting Students Act. This sets up an education inspector general who would have access to all education records, financial, student, and staff, and could investigate anything based on 2 complaints. 2 complaints. If they get 2 complaints about the same thing, they can go investigate anything they want. Okay, and that would be, I think, in the office, the Attorney General's office. And that's all I have. Yeah. Well, that's all I know. I should say that. That's all I know about now. Actually, there was one more that I didn't put in there. It was about makes foreign exchange students it makes them exempt from the open seat lottery. That was already the case, so didn't think it was worth bringing up.
Connie, did you have a question?
Yes, my question goes back to 2717, where it says they're going to lower the age to 6.
Mm-hmm.
So if you lower the age of 6 and you send them to school, do you have to put them in kindergarten or can you put them in first grade?
So
I kind of did that. I didn't send my youngest to kindergarten, and I took her up and put her in first grade. And she probably was 6.
okay. So the way this goes into another section, if they are 6 by August 31st, they have to be in school. And then there's another section that says if they're 6 and they haven't attended school, they go into kindergarten. Now, if you could show, but then there's leeway. The districts have leeway, and so if you could say, well, no, really, we did kindergarten this other way. Because you could have had a private kindergarten and say we homeschooled kindergarten, so they were in school at 5, and so now they're for first grade. So that is possible.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
So I would have to apply the question, what problem are we trying to solve? Do we have 1 million 6-year-olds not in school? Because
So we got to ask what would be the implication for school districts, and we don't think it's very much. There aren't a lot. There are some folks like what Ms. O'Brien talked about that hold out. The more common one is my child's not ready yet, so they're 5. I'm going to wait a year. That happens quite a bit. Mm-hmm. The way that people could get around it is to say, well, we're going to homeschool for kindergarten, so that would work as well.
I'm just trying to figure out
Yeah, the idea is that in order to give students the best opportunity to be reading on grade level at 3rd grade, we need to make sure everybody's starting as early as they should. That's the rationale.
Okay. Jim.
That's what I was told.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I just try to help will the law work? That's all I try
I
to do.
understand.
3 observations. The civics test for graduation requirement is definitely our job and not theirs. any graduation requirement is definitely our job and not theirs. The cut scores, we voted because we knew they were wrong, and this gives people that don't like us the opportunity to consider to show that schools, in their view, are failing. At some point, we're going to have to say no and just refuse to do what they say if those two things passed. That's just an observation in case that happens. The having been through the process of free lunch verification, it is extremely time consuming, and so there is a fiscal a requirement for that. To go from 3% to 100% is going to take a lot of people,
Yes.
a lot of time,
Yes.
and that needs to be certain. The people need to be certainly aware of that. Those are just three observations. I don't have a question.
And an important follow-up to that is that for the 97%, you can't use child nutrition funding. You would have to use general fund or other.
Right.
You can't use federal funds
To break
for a
the
state
federal law.
purpose. Right. And if the child nutrition people do it, it would be part of the child nutrition program, certainly.
But you can't
This
use
way it
those
may be.
funds. Yeah. Sorry, Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems like all the schools have early childhood in their schools now. And so why would we need to require somebody at 6 years old to go to school that pees their pants? I don't understand.
The latter part of that is an editorial.
And by the way, this is, maybe we need to teach these committees that this is what I call socialism by all the stuff they're trying to do.
Okay, you can work that into the board's testimony. I'll probably try to keep it out of mine.
And yes, we have provided opponent testimony. Okay, anybody else? No, I hear you. Okay, well, I would also suggest that if you can jump onto the statewide Zoom calls on the Thursdays, you get that weekly update, because Frank is always trying to keep everybody aligned. So obviously a month to a month makes a big difference, but you can get weekly updates, so.
It'll make a big difference from today until next week. I mean, it'll be all different a week from now.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying not to get too riled up about too much yet. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay. Next up, we have Ryan. I'm sorry. I'm not going to say your last name right. Kurtenbach? Director of IT, and Kelly Cheney, Director of Child Nutrition and Wellness. Welcome to both of you.
Oh, thank you. We're here today to talk about a contract that we're liking to put into place to allow a company named Logicals to come in and help us with implementation of Power BI. Power BI would be implemented into the Microsoft Azure Fabric to allow us to create more visual representations of data for you guys. This would be used for our websites quite a bit. What we want them to do is they're going to come in and help design the documents, make sure that we're entering our data sources into the gateway correctly and securely, so we can create roles and permissions around that. Help us map all our metrics, build some initial Power BI reports and dashboard that we will get training from also, so we can do this ourselves in the future. And then finally, document all the deliverables and everything that we've asked for them to do. It'll take them about 6 months to do this, but this is really to help us get us going in those visualizations. And I know that you guys see a lot of charts come from KSDE already. Those are all built manually through Excel and other things. This would help us automate and be able to do some things in real time. So we'll be able to produce things for the districts that'll be a little more easier for them to use. For superintendents, they would be able to drill into some of these and see more specific items that they see from the overall item. For maps, as they're updated with new locations, that would be automatic. Right now, we have to manually update all maps that we post and put in the exact coordinates for them to show up on the maps. So we're looking for a way to better show our information for the public. And this is all information we're already sharing for the public, and to ease a little bit of burden on IT and be able to do this a little more quickly.
All right, thank you, Ryan. I'm really glad that you were able to join me today to explain the technical aspect of why we are here in front of you today. That is obviously not my area of expertise. But what I can share with you is what this actually looks like for our program operators of child nutrition programs, and ultimately how this is going to benefit children by increasing access to healthy foods, high quality meals. So KSDE was awarded a 2023 non-competitive technology innovation grant by USDA. And the intent of the grant funds is to allow state agencies to develop, improve, and maintain automated information technology systems used to operate and manage child nutrition programs. So our National School Lunch Program, our Summer Food Service Program, our Child and Adult Care Food Program, and then the Farm to Plate initiative. So Farm to Plate itself is technically not a federal child nutrition program. It is an initiative of the federal child nutrition programs. So here at KSDE, that automated information technology system is called CanClaim. And it is used to administer our child nutrition programs, all three of the federal child nutrition programs. And so the non-competitive technology grant is going to, and we've been working on this for a couple of years. We support 3.5 staff members on Ryan's team that work with our CanClaim system. It's a massive system. As Ryan said, the contract is really is ultimately to help leverage that data that already exists for program improvement through the use of these analytical tools. So also to transform data into actionable insights and create a supportive technical assistance framework. And that's really what I really want to draw your attention to, is what this actually looks like for the child nutrition and wellness team. So many of you all are familiar with the Summer Food Service Program. And as Ryan said, through the work of this contract request and Power BI, we will be able to automate one of the maps specific to the child nutrition program. We have the Summer Meals Locate a Site Near You, and during the Summer Food Service Program, we have almost 600 sites that data is mapped to this map that is available on the Child Nutrition and Wellness website. Now, that's 600 sites. Summer Food Service Program is very, it's fluid. It changes a lot because we have summer meal sites that are outside. Well, what happens if there's a tornado warning, or what happens if there's some type of inclement weather? How do we get that message out to households that, oh gosh, the location has changed, the meal service time has changed? Well, this map is how we do that. And currently, at the end of the day, one of Ryan's staff members, before she leaves, she pushes a button and that map is updated. Through the contract work with Logicalis, that will be automated. So as soon as one of our program operators logs into the CanClaim system and updates any aspect of that information that is displayed on this map, it is real time. Families will be able to see that. And I also would have to think that through the work of this contract and this map, it's currently not very user-friendly for mobile devices. And so that is my hope, that it will be more user-friendly for mobile devices. It looks great on a computer screen that's large, but on a little tiny mobile device, which is what our families, what our households are using to find information about these summer meal sites, it'll just be more user-friendly. Also, the participation and financial management reports. About probably 7 years ago, and this is where it's going to be very obvious that I'm probably speaking out of my area of expertise, but the CanClaim system, we had to code the CAN claim system. And that was really more for security reasons. And in the process of doing that, we had some really, really helpful financial management tools for districts to really help them analyze the financial health of their school food service programs and their child and adult care food programs. But in doing so, those reports kind of got out of whack, and they're not pulling to, I don't know, they just aren't user friendly, I guess. Ryan, is that?
Yeah, so anytime, say the funding code changes, which happens a lot, we have to change it not only in the applications, we have to go change it in the reports manually as well. Using a product like Power BI, we can automate the reports, so we make the changes in the applications. It can pull the information needed and automatically show the new trends, which is what she's talking about.
Thank you. So these are very, very helpful tools. And I don't know about you, but I don't love, as Ryan said, reading an Excel spreadsheet, but give me a visualization of that data and I am golden, and it automatically makes sense. And being able to do that will really be very helpful for all of our program operators. And then lastly, because I think Farm to Plate is a bright spot across all of our child nutrition programs, and I think something that the state board is very supportive of. We have plans to try to increase our efforts to connect child nutrition program operators with local producers. And one such way will be creating a map so that it is public facing, so that local producers can find schools that are interested in serving local products, right? And schools can go out there and find producers that are interested in selling to schools. So all really, really important projects, at least I feel, and I think it definitely supports, right, the health and the well-being of our students, and making sure that our children across Kansas are coming to school ready to learn. And just a plug for February, because we've got this cute graphic here of this little one holding a sweet potato. February harvest of the month is sweet potatoes, so just wanted to acknowledge that, and thank you very much.
I'm going to ask a quick question. Maybe it's obvious to everybody, but I just want to make sure what Power BI goes way beyond child nutrition. You're just giving us one example of what that is doing.
Right, we're using child nutrition as the initial use case for the first development.
Okay.
We'll be able to expand on that in the future. The implementation is rather complicated, and we do not have in-house expertise to do that on our own. So that's why we want to make sure this is done correctly and bring somebody in who can help us with that.
Wonderful. Okay, Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question either. I just wanted to weigh in because I have experience with this tool, and I was trying to come up with a good analogy for the board to understand what this really brings to the table. If you think about what it was like to keep a paper ledger, if you're doing bookkeeping, and then that transition when you went from the paper ledger to now you have it in Excel, or now you have it in a database, we have all of this data that is very difficult to leverage because it takes an individual lots of time to go through it, to normalize the data, to make it all look the same. If you've got an error in there, then an individual has to go in and fix that, as opposed to having a program.
And we heard that yesterday when they talked about the ability to bring all those, was it for the special education piece with the KU presentation? Mm-hmm. And then they found the error because something wasn't talking, right?
Exactly.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying as well.
Yep. Okay. So it can pop up and say, you need to correct this right here, which is something, that years ago we couldn't have done. So now we have all this data. Having a tool like this makes it so much more timely to make this work happen. Yeah. So right now someone may come with a request, and how many days are you waiting to turn around a request like that you can improve that speed with Power BI? Or the things that are even impossible to create.
I'm trying to think. It may take 1 or 2 days. It may take 1 or 2 days to do the actual work, but going through the data governance, a week to 3-4 weeks to get through that process and get through all the approvals. The other big thing I didn't mention was we can put in our suppression policies. So when it produces this stuff, it's automatically suppressed. So now we don't have somebody else going back in and adding the suppression then on top of it for when it's numbers that are so small that we don't want to be able to identify who was involved, but,
Right.
keep it.
Makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, so what I just heard there was privacy protections.
Right, right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm assuming I'm assuming this isn't the only tool out there, but it's the one that makes sense for the agency because we're already hooked into Microsoft.
Right, yeah, it's the one that makes the most sense for us, and it's actually more cost effective than some of
Okay.
the other tools that are out there.
Okay. Thank you. Betty?
Well, you guys had me back on board when you said manual versus automated. I'm curious, what took you so long?
Honestly, getting the correct infrastructure in place. And we're finally to a point that we have some of that to where we can do some of that. I mean, one of the major competitors, Tableau, could have done it with other stuff. Extremely expensive. Way more than what we could have leveraged out of it, so.
And that question, with your answer, indicates you've done a lot of research,
Right.
which is important, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
One of the things I just want to add too is this has been the contract has been approved through our budget request to USDA. So these funds have already been approved, and they are aware of what our plans are. We have to submit a very detailed plan to them when we are, before we are awarded the technology grants. And we're actually operating off of several technology grants right now that are going to allow this work to be done. So not just only benefiting child nutrition and wellness or
Right.
child nutrition programs, but the agency as a whole.
Yeah. And all of our districts. I mean, not even, like what I heard was this was very all-encompassing. Okay, any other discussions or questions? This is a receive item, so this will be a vote next month. So thank you very much. Appreciate the information and the presentation. Okay. Oh, Dr. Highwood is back. If I would look up, I would know it was you, right? Okay, and I think this was a board request. Was this your request, Michelle? Who requested this? Yours, Melanie, of course it was. Cybersecurity. Okay. Patty requested it. Somebody requested this, and we wanted to, it was the perfect month for it. We're just talking technology a lot, so this really worked out well. Okay, Dr. Harwood and Ryan is back with you.
Right.
What you got for us?
And so I'm going to start because there were in the request there was some confusion on our part about some of the different parts we're talking about. So I'm going to start with that, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ryan for the cybersecurity stuff because that's what he's for and not me. All right, so the question actually came about with safe and secure schools and cybersecurity because, I mean, safe and secure talks about secure. So one of the things I want to talk about, though, is the safe and secure school grants were dollar for dollar match. There isn't one this year, but they were for physical security of the building.
Right.
So that couldn't be used for cybersecurity. Now, there were some technology portions that could be used, like you could have cameras. The one that got talked about a lot was the AI gun detection software. So you could buy some technology-based things, but only for securing the building. None of that money could be used for securing your IT infrastructure. So just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Now, I will say that the other big difference we get into with school districts and KSDE, KSDE is a state agency. So we are subject to state cybersecurity requirements as a state agency. And so you may have heard there was legislative post audit did an audit of school district accounting systems. And so most accounting systems, as Ms. Haas talked about, are now electronic and you have users. And some of what they found were, for the most part, districts did okay with the accounting rules, but they found more problems with the IT-based rules, like can you make sure that somebody, when they leave, they don't still have an account? Some of those is it role-based? So it was much more IT-related than it was. So one of the things that came up from that audit that came out in the summer is a recommendation is that KSDE do more to support school districts. We don't have the staff to support them directly, but what Ryan has been doing is working with school districts to come up with guidance. And so what we're trying to work with them through, and Ryan will talk more about how they've done that, is work with districts to help them do that. Ryan has also done a great job of trying to connect some of the state programs that we work with for school districts as well. So I'm going to let him talk about that. But it really is two different things. Technically, KSD does not have any requirements for providing cybersecurity for districts, and we certainly don't have any funding to do it. But we are just trying to help them because we have staff that do it for us. We have rules that we have to apply to. So we're just like, hey, here are the best practices and working to do that. So with that, I will let Ryan take over.
So I've been here for just over a year. So this was all new. This is something that I walked into right off the bat. And it was something that I really have a passion for. So I wanted to do it. So for the past year, I've been strengthening relationships with the OITS office, which is the Office of Information Technology Services, as well as the KSDE office. But more importantly, I've been working really hard with the Cybersecurity Cooperation and Preparedness Office. This used to be referred to as the Emergency Office. It was within the KSDE, but they've changed names because they're trying to do more and really pushing for stuff. And they have worked with the school districts quite a bit in doing presentations and stuff. The other thing I did was I met with a lot of the school district technology directors. They have a group called MACE and ITN. Their board of directors are all tech directors for the school districts. They asked me to come meet with them and talk about cybersecurity and talk about what they struggle with. So a lot of what I'm doing is based off what they have asked for initially. With the Cybersecurity Preparedness Office, districts, if they have a security incident, are required to report to them within 12 hours that they've had an incident, because then they will work with the district to say, okay, do you have cyber insurance? You need to contact them. Do you have this? We have contacts with the KBI. We have people who can come in and can help you with your e-discovery and forensics. So they're there to help them and support them in their time of need. Most of the districts I talked to had no idea they had to do that. That is a fairly new law that was passed about 2 years ago. So this is something that they need to know about. Over the past year, I've presented 7 times about cybersecurity, including AI, across 3 different conferences. This includes the Safe and Supportive School Conference that I was at, the KSDE Annual Conference, and then the MACE ITN Conference that they hold every year. And I had one service center ask me to come out and meet directly with their tech directors and talk and give the cybersecurity presentation again, and then find out what their needs were. Which was really good because it was one of the service centers in western Kansas, and it's a little harder to get those guys together and meet with them. So another service center asked me to speak on a panel discussion around cybersecurity and AI, so I participated in that as well. So in my presentations, I introduced them to the NIST Cybersecurity Framework 2.0. Couple reasons. This is the official cybersecurity framework that the legislature adopted and said all Kansas agencies and public entities should use. It's also what the LPA audit uses for their cybersecurity audits and their accounting audits. So this will align better, and they'll know what to expect when those audits come and can prepare the correct things. The biggest thing for me, though, is the flexibility of this. What it does is it tells you it tells a story. It tells you this is what you need to do to build your cybersecurity program. This is what you need to do to look back and keep maturing your cybersecurity program. It's not tied to any type of technology. It is risk-based, so you're finding where your pain points are and what things you need to close up, which makes it way more cost-effective than some of the others. Because you don't always have to purchase something to secure something. And that's one of the big things I've been talking to the districts about. The other big piece about the 2.0 is it brought governance in. And governance is bringing together the right people to say, hey, these are our policies. Do they match up with what we're doing? These are the technologies and how we need to secure things. What pain points did that put on you? Or is there something else that we need to look at and try to figure out a different way? So it brings in not only the IT, but it brings in administration, teachers, and other stakeholders that are necessary. So within this, I have written the first initial draft of a guide that breaks this apart. It is broken into 6 different areas. The governance piece kind of goes across all these areas. And these are the different subcategories that are in it. And if you read it to a cybersecurity professional or somebody who's done cybersecurity for a long time, it makes a lot of sense. Real easy to put together and do. So some of the things that were talked about, the asset management stuff, identity management, that's the big piece, making sure you have your onboarding, offboarding procedures in place. So when somebody leaves, you do get their account disabled in a timely manner that meets your policy, which usually is within 12 to 24 hours, depending on what type of account or something that is. Talks about awareness training, which is another area that in the LPA audit, I found that they were lacking. But then we start talking about things like continuous monitoring and things like this. Now, this all sounds great, but what I've learned from talking to tech directors is they don't always know what it means. I don't always understand what action I need to take in this. These are IT staff who know how to make systems work. They can design great systems, but a lot of times they don't realize a lot of work they do is security based, and they just need to be shown that. And then they start thinking of things like, how do we secure the HVA system, our heating and ventilation system that's now connected to our network, and somebody could break in that way? Well, you can network segment off, put it directly off the firewall, and just keep it away from everything. And they're like, that's that simple? And I'm like, yes. And that's one of the things that we're trying to push is keep it simple as much as you can and help drive your costs down. Look at how you're designing your systems and your infrastructure and architecture so you can do that stuff. Even some of the bigger districts I talked to said, well, we have security staff, but these are former IT people. We can't find security professionals, or we can't afford security professionals to come in. So even though we're doing things, are we doing the right things? And that was a question we had. So when I wrote this, I broke it down, and I take a lot of this from there, but I translated it into actions. These are the things you need to do. So every time there is something up there, I give them the wording from cybersecurity so they can see it. And then I wrote, this is what it means. This is what it's asking you to do. These are the types of things you do. Here's some examples of what your data classification, restricted use, sensitive data, internal data, or public. Okay, your restricted use, that's all your student records. Your sensitive data, your employee records for teachers, their social security numbers and things that you have to keep. Those are your top 2. You need to protect those. Your internal use, okay, your internal procedures on how you do stuff that isn't public facing. Accounting practices, things like that you don't publish on your website. And then the public things you put on your website that you want everybody to know and things like that. And how to put that together with the criticality of the system, plus the impact on the business you get from your governance group who tells you what your most important systems are and what they can and can't live without, or what they could say, hey, that could go down for a month and we're okay. So, and then you can tear that out. Yeah.
I can get you to pause. I think I've got a couple of questions that might be better before we go any further. Betty?
Yeah, thank you. And actually, if my request had specifically to do with funding of cybersecurity for districts, so at a district level, and my concern was tying more to data breaches, which may or may not be publicized, but I'm sure occurs. And if the funding has gone away, what does that do for data protection? That's kind of what I was trying to hone in on, just for clarification.
So there has never been dedicated funding for IT security. That's always just been a district responsibility.
And that's what I was talking about, the funding at district levels. We had talked about that, and who took that over?
So the Safe and Secure Schools.
I wasn't, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking specific, or what I was requesting had to do with the funding at districts for cybersecurity. My understanding, and just when I visited with some districts, that funding had been eliminated at a district level. Now, if there's some confusion, then maybe we need to go back to that presentation, because I've had districts to tell me that.
So there has never been dedicated funding from the state for district IT security. Now, the district may have discontinued funding in that area because they were making decisions about what had to be discontinued.
Well, that's not my understanding. And I can go, before we go too much further in this, because while I appreciate all of the effort that you did, I did talk to some districts that were saying funding for cybersecurity has been eliminated.
And all the districts I talked to said all their cybersecurity funding was carved out of whatever education funds came down by the board and or administration and those budgets. What I've heard from tech directors is they want to go lobby for separate cybersecurity funding because it doesn't exist.
Yeah. And the thing that really brought about a concern was more, if this is being downgraded, then my concern had to do with data breaches. Now, I appreciate and I understand there's no. I'm saying what I'm hearing for districts, and that was what powered my request. And if I need to go back and get some exact documentation on what they're saying, I'd be happy to do that. But my understanding is that there is no funding for cybersecurity.
No dedicated
That there
funding.
was funding, but there's no longer.
No, there never
And
was from the state.
That's what I'm not, and I don't care where it came from. I don't know if it was the state, if it was the federal. There was funding.
There was E-rate, but that's not
There
cybersecurity.
there was funding just based on the. I'm not sure, but I think ESSER money was actually used to maybe bridge the gap. I can get more specific information so that, you have a great presentation. I appreciate it, but,
it's good.
but it doesn't really hit the concern. Now, if I need to go back and document, I'd be happy to bring that request back. But I'm concerned specifically as it has to do with data breaches, protecting information. There's a lot of student information. There's a lot of information that we have that I'm wondering, just in terms of the protection, if that's at risk. So that's my concern, and that's really where I was just driving. So I'm thinking, it's great that the information that you're giving, but if I need to get some specifics and restate that, I'd be happy to do that. But that's where my area of concern is.
Well, one of the things I'm hearing, and you tell me if I'm right or not, is that with the education you're trying to provide and the guidance that you're pulling together, without needing more money, there are things that IT directors can learn.
And I could speak directly to data breaches and things
Okay,
like that.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I'm not
I do have
minimizing
one
that. I was just saying there was a specific something I was interested in trying to get to.
Okay.
So I would say that was confusion as well, because we are not aware of any funding that has been discontinued. So if we'd be happy to talk to whatever district that is and try to get that sorted out. I don't know if they were using ESSER funding in some way to do something like that, and that funding went away, but As far as dedicated for cybersecurity, I'm not aware of any, but we'd have to look at it. Unless it was a federal grant, or unless it was a grant from somewhere.
And so
Which they
if
could
there
have
is,
gotten
if there
themselves.
is no funding available for cybersecurity, then that indicates to me we really are at
Risk.
high risk of data breaches. And if that is the case, then it really looks like, okay, we need to weigh in a little more on that, because that's what my concern is. And I know some data breaches have occurred. There's no doubt about it. And that's a big concern. I think
Okay.
that's
I'm going to let
what
Michelle go ahead and
was.
pop up with her, because it might be related.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so you did say you were going to talk about data breaches as far as like, because that's my biggest concern is I've had, we've gotten from a district our emails that data was breached, and it says this may be information that might have been compromised. I mean, you kind of know as a parent what you've given to the district, right? You know, as far as like medical, anything medical, there is Social Security, anything like that you may have given to the school at some point. So my question is, we get these emails, as a parent I get them, but I'm like, now what? And that's what so they're notifying us, and so it's like, if I don't give them my information and I upload things like they've have us do over the last 7 years, like they've having us do more things electronically, by feeling like it's forced to do that, the parent says, well, no, wait a minute, I just want to bring in my form and this is the information I want to give you, have it locked up in a file somewhere, and then it's not in a system. So my biggest concern is if you don't have my data, then I don't have to worry about it. If you don't have the data somewhere out on the, in all these things you're talking about, if you don't have it, then I don't have to worry about it being compromised, because something was compromised just this year in transcripts. I got a letter in the mail. Then 7 years ago, when my kids were in school, I got an email from the district. So I'm like, well, it's like if you don't have it, then they don't have it out there just to be attacked or cyber attacked. Then I don't have to worry about it. But we're being forced through all this technology because it's efficient. It's less time consuming manually. That's my protection of my privacy rights. I shouldn't have to be forced as a parent to do that. So I just want to let you know, because we're getting these letters, but we don't know what they mean, and we don't know how much has been compromised, and what are our rights or recourse to do anything about it.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So I understand the
I'll get you,
concern,
Doug.
and I understand you feel it's safer in a paper file. It's not, because all I got to do is steal the paper file, and which is for.
Who's getting my information? If somebody's responsible for that locked file cabinet in the secretary's office and they don't lock the door, you can actually kind of go through and there's not a lot of information in that filing cabinet. The stuff that's being uploaded and we're being asked to upload, including all the stuff that is being done with the computer, with the kids' homework, even in their tests and their assessments and everything. That is data that's being breached on somebody's private information and private thoughts. It is. And there's so much in these things at the school that there never used to be. I didn't have to worry about that with my kid. Now I have to worry about,
Michelle,
is that going to...
Let's let him.
Well, that's what I'm hoping
No,
is the breaches. It's like
I hear you.
If you don't have the information, then I don't have to worry about it.
Okay, go ahead.
And I know that some of the information is required for federal reporting that we must do, and that's part of what we're doing it. I don't know what type of man hours it would take to do it at a manual process and how many people we'd have to employ to be able to do that. To talk about data breaches and specifically looking here. So we look here, inventorying all your systems, knowing where your data is, knowing where your sensitive data is, and inventorying all that. That leads you to being able to lock down what your risk. How can they get to it at this point? And things like that. Those don't cost any money. We can do that. The next big feature, the next biggest way people get in for data breaches is through social engineering, which is not a technology thing. It's been around forever. We just call it social engineering instead of calling them con artists like we used to. because that's what it is. Now they have new tools to do it. So that's what led to that. So the security awareness training is extremely important for all staff, which I know is tough because teachers are already going through professional development training at the beginning of every year on multiple things. So somehow we got to figure out a way to make sure they are getting the necessary security awareness training to be aware and not fall for the phishing scams, not have their user accounts compromised, so that they can get in and act as that person, or go in and manipulate things so they can use other mechanisms like social engineering to make requests to divert funds and things like that as well. So what we're doing is doing that. When I talked about segmenting the networks and saying, hey, take everything that only needs an internet connection and has nothing to do with your data and segment it across, we've removed all that risk and entry points for being able to get in and get that data. The biggest data breaches and the biggest risks we see with data breaches is still the failure of the user, though. There's only a few different groups, many of which are nation state actors, that can go in through a firewall and truly hack their way into a system like we used to see in the movies, hackers and things like that. That is a very small and complicated skill set, and the new security protections that are in place are slowing them down all the time. And that's the idea, is to slow them down so we can detect them and go cut them off right away, or call and reach out and say, hey, we're under a cyber attack now. Well, I'm having an incident. The KBI can come in and go find those people that are doing it and try to do that. But really doing the upfront work with the identifying, writing our processes, getting the security awareness training in place for all the individuals so they don't fall for that stuff, is going to do the most to help stop items like that. Does that help a little bit?
It does, and I think what's kind of frightening when we get something that credit bureau has been hacked, or and you see these big independent places where you think they got all of this in place and they can't protect the data. It makes, given the way that things are budgeted for school districts, it makes you think, wow, we really are vulnerable, and that was a concern. So,
I left off a piece as well. Can I back this up? Down here under the governance, there's cybersecurity supply chain management. This is talking about managing your vendors. Now, one of the breaches that came up in the past year was the Power School breach.
Right.
And that's where a lot of schools sent out the letter. A lot of them got it sent out. And then as they did the investigation, came out and said, oh, hey, we were wrong. They didn't actually get hit. Oh, yeah, these were the ones. You need to send out another letter. So those are things that have come up. But with the looking at your supply chain and vendors, it is the responsibility of the districts to vet them, to send out and say, hey, what are you doing to secure my data? Show me you're doing these things. And we do have access to a tool called the HECVAT. It was specifically built for education. Security assessments. It was built for higher ed, but everything in it fits with K-12. So as an agency, we like to use that for doing our vetting. We want to share that with the districts so they can do that to do the vetting and things like that. But more importantly is the next steps I'm getting ready to, is what I want to enact this year is, and I want to build a collaborative space so I can bring all these tech directors together. They have a space where they can talk. It has we can share, hey, here's our guidance. Here's pre-built templates for you to do that. For RFPs, when they're doing that, I have 4 pages of cybersecurity requirements to put into an RFP that we can share with them, that they can put in there and hold the vendors responsible for that. Because ultimately, you're most of the time with data breaches or even personal threat, people get away with it too often. You can't go after the people. If the company was negligent, though, that's who you have the right to go after and things like that.
And I'm really sorry. We are so behind on our schedule, and I want to give Debbie, who's been on the screen, the ability to comment, and then we're going to have to end this. But to me, what it comes back to, what we constantly talk about, is education. We have to get our IT directors up to speed on what they can do, like you said, without cost. They're just learning how to segment all the things, which I actually understood, but actually made sense to me.
Well, and part of the collaboration is for them to help share that heavy lifting.
Absolutely.
If one school's vetted, they can produce that and say, hey, we vetted Power School already. Now the rest of the schools are covered, and another one can help. So
right, very much so. Debbie, thanks for
Thank
waiting.
you, Madam Chair. So yeah, all the financial stuff makes my head go crazy, and this is even worse. So I guess I'm not a big person who really worries as much about the data, just because I figure they're going to get it anyway. That ship has sailed, that kind of attitude. But in deference to the representation, that there's a lot of parents who are very, very concerned about their kids' data, and they have that right. I play around, and just going back to this child nutrition wellness thing, that's being run by Logicalis. If you look at the Logicalis website, it says, because Logicalis is a global company, if you volunteer information, it may be shared with other Logicalis business units and related companies around the world for cross-group marketing purpose. Each Logicalis group company will protect your personal information in accordance with the Logicalis customer. But then they say other companies, and all this data is going into there, and they are UK based, so they're not even American based company. So now we have it sounds like our kids' data going international.
Logicalis is not running the data. The data is held only on ours. All they are helping us do is the implementation into our systems, helping us set it up.
They're not getting data,
tell us what.
So they're not getting any of the data from the kids and stuff like. Well, that's good to know, because I'm like looking at Logicalis and saying, okay, now they're in the UK. So.
And I really appreciate that, but we really have to stay on topic.
Well, it's with the data.
I understand.
The cybersecurity, because we're subject to state security things. And I'm like, once this ship has sailed out to another country, because I mean, it's on the web. It's just, boom, it's out there. Then it's easy to go over there. And are they subject to our laws? Are they going to respect?
They don't have our data.
Cybersecurity,
Right. That's not what's being represented. So I appreciate the concern, but like you said, Logicalis is about training. It is not about
it's
using
just
our
the
data.
expertise to help us set it up.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So
Yes, sir.
I know we want to wrap this up, but to give an example, which was in your Friday notes,
Yes, sorry, I went to bring it up.
there was some data breach, but I'll go back to what Ryan said. I don't want to disparage IT people. They do a really good job. But when I get something, I have to ascertain, is that a legitimate request that's coming to me? Ryan knows I almost always forward to him. But what happens sometimes, if that hits someone at a school district that even has been trained well, but doesn't think about it, and then opens and clicks, and all of a sudden then that data gets vulnerable. That's the user error that happens, Michelle. And that's what we're trying to make sure that people that have access to, whether it's accounting or student data, is properly trained. And then the district audits against that, like we do in our agency, to make sure, because it happened. This is what happened in your Friday notes, where someone is trying to use an email address, in this case, to get vendor accounts to force payment, and was done. So.
And those types of attacks are becoming more, they're getting better. They're harder to recognize. And that's sort of what we need to point out, because things where you could recognize by the language aren't as clear anymore. Now you really need to look at where what's the email it came from? Where's that link sending me to? So those are the new behaviors we really got to push and get the users more used to doing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And apologies to those who are waiting. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and be back at 10:54. Back at it. Very late, but back at it. Okay, next, Dr. Nugent is going to talk
Hello.
to, well, going to open us up. Let's go.
Yes, so I'm going to try to get things back on track, hopefully, and we'll, I don't want to zip through this, but I do want to just talk through. I've been in front of you now, starting in December, to really hone in on the school improvement process, right? And how we're trying to align things and bring it together. So today I'm really excited to continue on that topic around balanced assessment. I dipped the toes in the water on this, I think in December or January, and that was really trying to use assessment to drive good instruction. If we have good instructional materials in place, right, then maybe we can use those materials to drive instruction, put the focus back where it should be in the classroom, and how we use those materials to find out where students are. So I'm excited to have with us today Olathe. I know they've shared with you in the past on some things they're doing. They're going to refresh your memory there, and then we're going to bring something to the table in what we would like to pursue around assessments going for the next couple of years. So I welcome to the mic Tim Reeves and Spencer Brown from Olathe.
Wonderful. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. My name is Tim Reeves. I'm the Chief Academic Officer for Olathe Public Schools. Served in that role. My name is Tim Reeves. I've served as the Chief Academic Officer for Olathe Public Schools for the last 3 years. I've been with the district for a while, and I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about some of the things that we have been doing in our system for the last 5 to 7 years or so. Some very talented people have been working hard at building an assessment footprint in our system that makes sense and provides staff and students with what they need. So I'm excited to be here to talk to you about what we're doing. We believe in the work and feel like it has been positive for us and has potential to be positive for other students in the state of Kansas as well. So to start off, I'm just going to spend a little bit of time talking about the last time we were here, which was just about 2 years ago. We were here at the March 2024 board meeting. We spent a little bit of time talking about our assessment challenges and some of the feedback that we were getting from staff around state assessments and just our assessment footprint in general as a system, and some of the challenges that teachers experienced on a regular basis around state assessments, but also even our local assessment footprint. And so we kind of framed what those challenges were. And at that time, you all allocated some funds for us to begin to continue work, but really working with IAS in terms of what that assessment footprint look like in our system. And so today's presentation is really just an opportunity to talk a little bit about what it is that we have done in that time and where we're at, and then some next steps about potential policy moving forward in a collaboration that we're hoping to pursue with the state board in terms of a waiver around assessments, again, to make sure that we are really working on assessments that are meaningful and relevant to instruction in the classroom. So originally, as we began to kind of look at some of the work we were doing, even with some of the ESSER money that we received, was really taking a look at our assessments and how can assessments really support high quality instruction, that high quality tier 1 instruction. Making sure that there is instructional relevance to what it is that we are assessing students on. We also really wanted to spend some time looking at addressing those needs that staff had shared about what felt like the burden of lots of assessments throughout the year. We have screeners, we have common formative assessments, we have quarterly benchmark assessments, we have our state assessments, a lot of different things that we do with students to gather data on, and how are we using that, but how does that drive us back to instruction, and how does it get back to the student desk, and what's the impact of that. But also figuring out how to maintain that accountability and that high level of rigor to ensure that we are teaching our standards to the level that they should be taught, so that students master skills and competencies that they need at their particular grade level. And so for the last 18 months, we have spent quite a bit of time leaning into high quality instructional materials and the work out of TNTP that has been heavily embedded in the work that we have been doing over the last 18 months or so. And that has really become one of the cornerstones for what we are doing in our system, is that relying on those high quality instructional materials really ensure that we have that strong tier 1 instruction in the classroom, but still a little bit of a disconnect, at least in terms with that summative assessment. And so finding ways to make sure that that assessment and our high quality instructional material and instruction complement each other versus kind of competing with each other, which at times feels a little bit, they do feel a little bit disconnected. So what we learned from our work from March to now is that that initial investment really allowed us to continue a partnership that we had started with IAS in terms of data analytics of our in-house quarterly benchmark assessments, which we are now calling a through assessment, or referring to as through assessments, with the intent that we got data in a quick turnaround for staff to be able to look at and act upon for students. And really, that has probably been one of the most powerful things from our work over the last couple of years, is that IAS is able to take our common formative assessments, our QBAs, and get that data and turn it around within a couple of 2 or 3 days. And then teachers, that the impact that that has had on teachers and their ability to problem solve and look at data and make instructional decisions in their PLCs has been probably one of the most powerful things that has come out of this. Excuse me. It has created momentum in our staff, and it has created consistency in our system. And so being able to focus on what needs intervention or what maybe simply needs a high yield routine based on the return of that data is instructional decision making that can be very hard with a summative assessment that's given in spring with data not coming back until later, till the following year or toward the end of the year. And so that has probably been the most powerful thing, because teachers feel now like they have data that they can actually take action on and do something at the student desk that impacts those student outcomes. The other thing I think that it has kind of affirmed for us is that that alignment of our internal assessments that we are using, those through assessments throughout the year, really are signaling that those proficiency measures are comparable to what we are seeing on our state assessments. And so that has then kind of created this opportunity for us to begin to look at what does our current assessment footprint look like in our system, and then how can we capitalize on what we're doing and the collaboration and the work that we're doing with IAS with the support of the state board to make sure that we continue to improve our district benchmark assessments so that they align with our high quality instructional material and our scope and sequence in our system, and that we are assessing on 3 to 4 standards at depth, meaning we have that that data that we get back tells us, are students really understanding this at a limited or a basic understanding? Are they understanding it well, but a small portion of kids at that advanced level? Those are the kinds of things that teachers can then take back from looking at that data as a PLC and make decisions about instruction right back in the classroom that next day. And the outside proficiency measure piece, being aligned specifically with our high quality instructional materials, which are aligned with our district standards, which are aligned with our state standards. All of that also really has tied in nicely to the school improvement process. That's one of the things that I think with KISA is that the work we have been doing with TNTP really kind of brings all of that together for the first time in a way that teachers feel like is responsive and meets not only their needs as instructors, but students' needs as learners as well. So proposed next steps really are that we are looking to move kind of from a 2-system assessment piece to a one system assessment piece that really serves as the accountability measure for the state and federal level, that still meets the same exact state expectations, the expectations that have been set for us in terms of that summative measure that we are currently held to. But looking at, instead of doing double testing, essentially doing our internal piece, which are very comparable to those summative assessment scores, to that single through assessment that is given throughout the year on a quarterly basis, that would give us that same data and tell us where our students are at without having to do yet a duplicative test at the end of the school year. And then utilizing those benchmarks as that kind of instructional direction for our system. The best part about this is I think it directs teachers right back to that high quality instructional material and problem solving. What is it that our kids didn't get or don't quite have yet that they need to make sure that they are ready to master those standards? So that has been probably the most powerful piece, and it is work that we're doing and we will continue to do. But our hope is that because we do believe in it, that there will be maybe some support in terms of a potential opportunity for us as a system in collaboration with the state moving forward with a waiver at the federal level that would allow us the opportunity to really use our through assessment throughout the year to really create that cohesion between instructional relevance and that assessment accountability piece. So I believe Dr. Nugent's going to step up next and talk a little bit about that piece moving forward.
So currently, there are 6 districts working with IAS on this type of a through assessment model. And right now, we're kind of partnering with Olathe and some of those districts to continue piloting the work, which we're really excited about. What we would like to do, and it's technically not a waiver, IADA is currently allowable, but what you have to do is provide an application to say, in lieu of our current state assessment, are there other innovative ways that we can measure student success? And so we would like to begin the process of completing that application. IADA is federal, and it allows states to design, pilot, evaluate innovative assessments. It's federally approved, and we're looking potentially to have Kansas join this pilot where we can measure both federal and state accountability through this through assessment model that these 6 districts are already trying out. Through this, districts could utilize innovative assessment as an alternative to the statewide summative assessment. It's not any less in terms of rigor. What it is it is done throughout the year, hence a through model, to measure along the way students' understanding of the standards. This then allows, as Tim alluded to, teachers to have data and begin to make changes immediately in their instruction. This is used for federal accountability, and because there's a state requirement for assessments, we'll be coming back to you next month to get your approval to let it do the work for both, again, with this pilot. So our timeline for the IADA would be we'd have to do an intent to apply for the application by March 17th. Then the application itself would be due by May 1st. Then USED has 90 days to respond to our application. And then if approved, the pilot could last up to 5 years. So we're really excited. You would need that amount of time to really weigh the pros and cons. And what this does is it says, hey, Olathe, no longer do you have to do, you can keep doing your through assessment system. We're not going to double test you and make you do the summative at the end. It would be one or. Our vision, as I've said over and over, is to connect these priorities around the 4 fundamentals. Balanced assessment system. This would integrate directly into teaching and learning. Accountability produced is instructionally relevant, as Tim mentioned, very timely. And then those teachers have actionable data. We're not waiting till May to say, oh, my students weren't proficient in this. We're finding out every 9 weeks where their strengths and weaknesses are. we can begin to really hone in on those and make changes so they're ready for the next grade level truly when the year ends. It's important to remember this is a pilot. It may not work, but how will we know if we don't try? And I'm going to turn it over to Spencer.
All right, good morning. I've seen most of you back in 2024, but I know we have some new faces, and so it's going to be my job to actually take us back in time for a minute, hence the DeLorean, while also kind of pushing us forward to see how maybe what we've been working on and you all supported back then could be potentially a future that would make accountability first and foremost meaningful to the student and the teacher, and then figure out the accountability from the federal requirements on the other side. Renee and I actually had a conversation a while back where we had that conversation. We were talking about coherence, and I think the state board has done a phenomenal job of trying to bring coherence to the system with the 4 fundamentals, and I applaud those efforts. But I talked about there's still this outlying issue that our accountability is still based on this external measure that we don't get a lot of clarity on. We make some assumptions based on it being about our standards, but I don't get to see that test. And it's a one-shot deal. And so at the end of the day, we end up sometimes doing some weird practices at the instructional level, hoping that maybe we could be better test takers, or be better at drag and drop items, or be better on a platform. But none of those are our standards. And none of those are the things that we say get you ready for algebra someday. And so our hope originally was really just create better signals for teachers, which I'll talk about. But then I want to show you how good of a signal we really got, with the hopes that maybe it's worth piloting to be something bigger. Before I go too far, like I said, we're going to go back to where we've been before. Last time I was with you, my colleague, Dr. Zach Conrad out of KCK, was with us. I would be remiss to not mention the immense amount of hours I've continued to put in with him to continue to innovate and reshape this alongside IAS, Innovative Assessment Solutions, with Dr. Jonathan Templin, who's running our analytics. But then, as Renee mentioned, this year we got 6 more districts that we got to iterate with, and man, it's been fun. And those districts are really phenomenal leaders, and so it's been fun to learn alongside them. But before I go too far, I want to back up to just explain how we got here. In 2024, I talked to you about John Hattie's analogy of tasting the soup in the kitchen being a formative test for a chef. Putting that soup on the table is the summative, right? The idea is that I should have lots of time to iterate in the kitchen and make sure that I'm getting to the level that I want to get to with whatever it is I'm putting forward. And I like this analogy because I think it speaks to the professionality of a teacher. Dylan Williams says, an assessment is, I ask you to do something, I watch what you do, and I draw an inference. In light of that, I hope our teachers are assessing all day long. Right? I hope they're listening to what students are saying, how they're responding, certainly not giving them formal quizzes all day, right? But when I ask you to do something, I'm watching. What did you do, and what inference am I drawing from that? But when we draw this out to the state assessment, we run into a problem. We get a result from the state assessment. In 2024, I lovingly titled the student Timmy, and I said, Timmy scored a 297 in 4th grade CAP. And at the time, a 297 was really important because it was 3 points from proficient. That would now be a 537. The challenge that I run into here is I have no idea the difference between a 537 and a 540, even though Timmy is the exact kid that we go to those teachers and we say, oh gosh, they're so close. They're 3 points from proficient. Get them there. How am I supposed to get them there? Like what is different about a 537 and a 540? And so teachers get put with this pressure of, we got to get them to this level 3, but we don't give them any clarity on the difference. We don't get to see the test. We don't get to see what Timmy missed. So what's the difference? And I'm put with this pressure of getting a kid there with no real clarity on how to do it. And so where we started was we just wanted to give teachers more clarity on what's the taste in the kitchen, right? Can we give you more clarity of what that 537 might be versus a 540? And I know some people say, well, but Spencer, it's just one test. It is, but it also happens to be the one public measure of mine that I get confronted with constantly on, did you get kids to proficiency? And so when I, as a teacher who pour all my time and efforts into this, get back these results that definitely feel like sometimes maybe Yelp reviews, and I don't know how to change it, that's tough. And sometimes what looks like resistance is a lack of clarity. And so as a teacher, when I have this lack of clarity, it's not long before I just get pretty frustrated with this accountability system. And so our hope was, if we could get more clarity, could we help teachers better understand where to go to next? And honestly, Tim Elmore wrote a book, The 8 Paradoxes of Leadership. And in it, he quotes a different leader, which I'm forgetting who it is, but he talks about the importance of falling in love with a problem and not a solution or a product. I will say in my years of education, this is the problem that I have fallen in love with. And I'm fortunate enough to work alongside some other folks who have also fallen in love with this problem, right? This idea that teachers are continually told, whether intentionally or not, they're doing a good or bad job on a test that they really don't have a lot of clarity on how to impact. We have our standards, but how do those standards directly impact it? And so we set out to say, let's give the better taste of soup in the kitchen. And the first thing that we did is we had to come up with a really good model to follow. So we talked a lot with our teachers about the reality of typically assessments fall on some scale of at-risk versus proficiency. And so I'll use the example of, if I'm teaching students about rectangles, one of the first things I'm going to teach them is that a rectangle has opposite equal sides. If they don't understand that, it's going to be really hard for us to continue to move forward, right? They also need to know that angles are 90 degrees. Again, if we don't understand that, triangles are going to be pretty rough. Polygons are going to be pretty tough, right? So understanding that, hey, there's some things that are non-starters that we absolutely have to understand in our content. And being able to assess for those to know, do I need to put forth an intervention, is really important. This is the job of an assessment like FastBridge, which is largely written with items that are lower rigor, but they're intended to say, is there a potential intervention needed? They're not intended to tell you whether a kid is at the proficiency level. If we go back to my student Timmy, a 537 in 4th grade, we had about 40 537s in 4th grade math in Olathe. 2 of those students were flagged on FastBridge. It's not FastBridge's job to note whether they're level 3. So I don't fault FastBridge, but it does leave me with the space. So what is doing the job of the proficiency piece? And so when I talk with teachers about this, I say, okay, a student has to know opposite sides are equal. They got to know all angles are 90 degrees. How do I know when a kid's at proficient? And I use the example of, if a student were to come to you and say, hey, Mr. Brown, a square's a rectangle. Yeah, it is. And that's a good indicator of proficiency, because it says that the kid just took the knowledge you've taught them, they've consolidated it, and they've been able to do something novel with it. So the first time I showed this to some teachers, they said, do you want me to teach kids that squares are rectangles? And I said, maybe, but that's not the point, right? The point is, if all that you do, you're constantly assessing to better understand where they're at, when a kid comes to you and says that on their own, it tells you something, right? And so what we did in our assessment is we said, how could we give teachers better signals of both at-risk and proficiency on the most critical content of each quarter? And so I'm going to use an example of math first, and then I'll give you an example of what we're doing in ELA, which I think is really exciting as well. But what we did is we said, okay, quarter 1, 4th grade, what are the top 3 or 4 standards that are going to be most critical for down the line someday in algebra? And how do we assess those in a way that gives a teacher this kind of clarity? And so I'll give you an example. We gave students this item. It's 4th grade place value. And I showed this one, I think, to you in March as well. But it shows Kevin has 240 stickers. Nicole has 2,400. Which statement is true? Admittedly, in the past, I've had teachers tell me this one's going to be really difficult because there's lots of words. It was not difficult, actually. My students largely were able to say, yeah, it's 10 times as much. No problem. We give those same students this item. In which number is the value of 4 10 times greater than it is in 384,927? And this gets more to the full depth of the standard if you were to look at the flip books. And it is the intent that a student could look at that and go, well, that 4 is worth 4,000. I need a 4 worth 40. My students did not do so well on that. And to give this to a teacher, for them to understand, your student is doing really well on the things you've done on the board. But when I put them in a novel situation, something got exposed here, right? We weren't at the level of proficiency we hoped to be at. And this is the specificity that we aimed at when we designed these tests. So we protect the items until the test is given, and then we give them the items, hoping that they will use those items to drive their own professional learning, to drive whatever's next with the student, to drive even conversations with parents, right? We want to shift the conversation from your student's 3 points below proficiency, which I'm not sure what that means, to, hey, let's talk about what your kiddo is recognizing about place value of a 4 and where it sits. As a parent, I feel like I could do something about the right side of that. I'm not sure how I fix the one on the left, and I'm an assistant director of assessment, right? So it gets tricky. And so the idea here was if we did this well, we should have a good formative taste of soup in the kitchen. So this is kind of where we left you. We said from here we would give projected state assessment scores. So we would put our assessments on the same scale that currently sits in the state assessment. And we would say, hey, your kiddo is currently projected based on where they're at on these standards to score a 307. But now I have context a little bit as to what that 307 is actually made up of, yeah? This is where we really left you, and then we went back, and since then we've done some correlation studies. And so you don't have to be a statistician, I hope, to kind of see where we're at. But a quick lesson in correlation. The chart on the left would be a correlation of 0. If IAS's, the company that we work with to provide our projections, if they were projecting really low scores that were coming back high and high scores that were coming back low, you end up with this big scatter plot that has 0 correlation. Yes? If we were literally only measuring one thing and we measured it perfect, so every 450 we projected came back a 450, we'd have a perfect correlation of 1, which would be a good indication that we somehow cheated, right? That is not how that would work. But I want to show you from a sampling of 4th grade, here was our correlation. You don't have to know a lot about stats to look at that and know those two are very highly correlated. I believe this correlation clocks in at around 9/10. The R-squared variance is just under that. But this was not just one cherry-picked chart. These are all of our grades. At every one of our grades, we have a high enough correlation between our benchmarks and the state assessment that at this point now we're kind of being duplicative in doing both. And the reality is time is not a luxury that we have in education. We have an assessment now that can tell us what a state assessment score would be on our scale. We're not changing the scale or anything of that nature without actually having to do the end of year summative. And so this was the goal. The goal was that this formative would inform the summative, and what we found is it absolutely did very well. But there's another layer still involved, and that other layer is that high quality instructional material that the teacher now has to use to say, okay, how do I get to that depth of place value in the way that I'm teaching, knowing I don't get to use those same items next year. We do new items because you've seen them, right? But I can look at that and say, this is the rigor I got to get to. How do I make sure I get to that rigor? Because I know this benchmark's coming, and I know that benchmark matters for the state assessment. The hard part is our benchmark still isn't the thing that goes as the accountability piece. And so we still get into this space that says, yes, and the state assessment's coming. I need to do some drag and drop. Yes, and the state assessment's coming. I need to do more test-taking strategies. And there's nothing against those things, but they become fluff. I would much rather you be spending that time getting your kids ready for algebra. And so if we're able to say that accountability measure is now just those benchmarks, it creates a coherent line from the teacher to say, I know what level of rigor I have to get to this quarter. I can look at tests of the past to say, this is where I got to get. Okay, this is where I'm going. And I know that this is the thing that I get to continue to hold accountability towards. You all have 4 fundamentals. I already mentioned I love the fundamentals you chose. I think that you've heard, hopefully have heard a lot about how what we're doing certainly interacts with those bottom 3. A balanced assessment, standards alignment, and high quality instruction. If we lived in a world where this is the measure of accountability, where teachers get to walk in and have tests like this that they get to then look at and they get to reflect on and they get to think about with parents and they think about with kids, and they knew ahead of time this was the level of rigor, I don't think that reduces accountability. In fact, I think it does the opposite. It gives a lot more clarity to what it is we're expecting to all parties. I haven't talked about ELA yet, but from an ELA standpoint, if we get to spend a quarter in our Wit and Wisdom curriculum talking about the ocean, and then I get to give a comprehension assessment about the ocean, that changes the game for a lot of kids in literacy accountability measures. Those of you who are really familiar with researchers in literacy, they will tell you that too often our accountability measure is actually nothing but a knowledge test, right? The kids who walk in and they have a background knowledge about the ocean do great because they have a leg up on all their peers. Well, our 5th graders just did our benchmark assessment on Nez Pierce. They've spent a lot of time studying that. And actually, it was funny, some 5th grade teachers told me that as soon as they opened it up, there was a murmur amongst the crowd of them going, hey, do you see what this is? How did our teacher know? Right? Like they thought that it was like this, what in the world? But we got to set a foundation knowing that, hey, all students have a background knowledge about the ocean now. Doesn't matter if you lived by the sea or not. We spent time learning about it. And then we're going to give you a passage that has nothing to do with the content that we directly taught you. But you have background knowledge about what you're reading about. Now let's see how you grapple with this complex text. That's a lot more aligned to what a teacher can then turn around and do with that. So our claim is that these three, we always want them to merge together. There's tons of overlap between high quality instruction, standards alignment, balanced assessment. These only get reinforced at a much greater level when all of a sudden the accountability I'm being held to is expecting this. I know where I'm headed, I know what I'm going to be tested on, and I can actually get more clarity on what it actually looks like. So we come here asking to look at that through the IADA waiver, IADA through the Federal Department of Education. In 2023, they put out a call for this. They said, and I can get you this letter if you'd like, but in it they quote things where they say, assessment data is intended to give us insight into student learning and how to meet student needs. And this is paragraph 2, and they say, but we didn't hit it. We're not there, though. It's not doing that. It might be good at accountability, but it's not good at instruction. And so then later on, they say we need it to be a guidepost for scaffolding instruction, approaches, supports, adjusting teacher practice and teacher development. If I don't know how to get my kid to that level of place value, I now know really clearly what kind of professional development I need. Later in the letter, it makes the call that parents deserve better. We deserve better information about where my kid is at than we're at a 537. Students deserve instruction that's actually tailored to the full rigor of the standard in a way that we can be confident is being measured appropriately. Educators deserve the assessment that's going to inform their intervention and their curricular modifications. And I love the way they end this letter because they say we can't expect this to happen as long as we continue a status quo. And so I know that coming forward and asking, hey, what about this waiver for accountability is a big ask. They know it too, and they knew that when they put it out. And they asked, somebody come forward and lead this work. And so I know that you all's goal is to lead the world in the success of all students. I think that you all have done a phenomenal job of setting us up and supporting us to potentially lead in a big way in the assessment space. And I think it's an opportunity now from the federal department to be able to take that shot. And I'm going to, before we go to questions, I'm going to turn back to Renee because she was going to wrap us up.
I think this ties everything together that we've been talking about with school improvement. And I just want to end by saying, you know, the assessment at a summative level is just that, it's an end result. But what this process does is it makes it back to an entire process of learning, the learning continuum. And I think if we just said, oh, we're going to substitute what Olathe has been doing and do that instead of the state assessment, we've missed the mark. It's about what structures do we have in place to get kids to learn. And it is learning intentionally and measuring that regularly, putting the right materials in front of kids, measuring that success regularly, making sure that what we're teaching is at a very high level of rigor and having high expectations for all. So if we just say we're going to do this in place of the state assessment, we've missed the mark. It's the process. It's how teachers collaborate and talk about the learning, which I think is what the goal of these six districts is. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. I will reiterate that our ask is this is a receive item, and then our ask is, yeah, we're willing to let you pilot this and have it take the place and get rid of the redundancy of what they're doing every 9 weeks with a through assessment model plus the state assessment.
And I'm going to go ahead and start it by saying I was in 2 school improvement days. I walked through 2 schools, and I will tell you, KISA has driven, I mean, it's just been phenomenal what I've heard and seen when it comes to the standards and the teachers learning what they are and it driving their instruction. I mean, we're seeing that happen. So, you know, to know that the model that we approved, that Ben Proctor and the whole agency built, like this has just been so powerful as I get to listen, and it's just been really phenomenal to walk into. Betty is first on the list.
Thank you. And I really appreciate your presentation, and I realize we're behind the clock, and I'm sorry for that, but there are some things that just warrant the additional time. And even with what you're saying, I still struggle with assessments initially were not designed to do what we're trying to make them do. We're trying to force, a square into a round. It was really to give an indication of measurements where students are, what teachers can do to improve that. Now we're trying to say, okay, this is a measurement of what they're learning. But I don't even find that accurate. It's an assessment of how they are regurgitating. Depending on how I feel that day, I could ask my kid a question and they can answer like that. Ask them that tomorrow and they look at me, what? You know, so there is that additional challenge. And one of the things that we hear from a lot of districts, this is not to minimize the purpose, but that's a one-time snapshot that you're doing. And I go in some buildings and there's this hype of assessments. Be sure you get your rest. Be sure you eat properly. We're going to get you hyped up for this. Then I hear the concerns of parents saying you're trying to teach to a test. And it always goes back to this square and a round hole. And pressure being placed on you of how do we make assessments do what you want it to do instead of what it was designed. And I hear this, and this is great information, and I'm loving what you're doing, but it still begs, how do you give an accurate to parents, to legislators, to whatever, that students are learning? I mean, I know teachers are teaching, but how well are students receiving? And the other thing that comes into play is that you will find students dependent on what they're interested in. If I don't like math, you can dress it up all day long. I'm not going to pay any attention to it. But if I love math, then all of those things that you're saying, I'm taking in. And so there are distinctions. So I appreciate all that you're doing. I love the energy, and I love the, where you're saying this may take us. But we still have the question for many, are we teaching to the test?
Can I answer that a little bit?
Yes, please.
So you're right on the hype, right? You're taking this test at the end of the year and it's a one snapshot. We want kids to be their best at that time, rightfully so. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on that accountability. When you're doing a through assessment and you're regularly assessing every 9 weeks or so, then it becomes a part of the routine of the school day. And you're honing in on 3 to 4 priority standards and hitting others as well. But that is starting to really build on something. So I think that when teachers can utilize the data to best drive their instruction and have a little more ownership of what they teach and when they're accountable for what they teach, that becomes a different way of assessing versus that end of the year pressure point.
Absolutely.
And you know, and I love that. I appreciate that. And I'll just add one thing really quick, because instead of the responsibility being on teachers and what you're teaching, I just see that more as shared. And I would love to see perhaps more, they say family engagement, I say parent engagement, because things have changed a lot, and there are parents that still have the concept of years past. How do we get families on board so that it is not just a teacher responsibility, but a shared responsibility? And I'll leave that thought, because I could talk all day on this, and I love what you're doing, and thank you.
Which I think we heard. It creates a conversation so that you can involve the parent when you actually sit down and have a conversation. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I like what you said as far as, it sounds like is it driven locally then through the district, as far as like, because you're saying that questions are going to be, we'll have to have new questions. So parents are actually able to see in real time what was asked and how they answered it.
Yes.
So that.
Yeah, so the scope and sequence is kind of the proposal that will be driven locally. What's great is, like with math standards, we know 4MBT1 is the same 4MBT1 in Olathe as it is Great Bend, and so we can kind of create these modular assessments. We might teach ours in Q1, they might do theirs in Q3. That's fine. And so the items can move, and so it's the local piece is the scope and sequence, and then you're exactly right. We turn around, we hand them the items, we say this is how it was measured. Use it as you need to for professional learning, conversations with parents, conversations with kids. Yeah, we want to be fully transparent, and this is what the measurement was.
Yeah, because I think a few months ago I asked if a parent opts out of the state assessments, then wouldn't that carry down to mini tests, assuming interim assessments? It should. If they've opted out of the state assessments, then they should be opted out of the other assessments. As far as how they measure that, you used to have like enrichment teachers where they would meet the kid where they were. That kid might just need 2 days. Maybe they moved in from another state. Maybe they've come in from being homeschooled. Sure. Whatever that is, we're meeting that kid, and they may need 2 weeks. But those teachers would just kind of catch them up back to where they are, and it worked. I mean, I don't feel like we have that anymore. I feel like we're trying to get everybody shove everybody into a box, and I feel like if I know, I don't know if we want to call it syllabus, if I know that, okay, we're going to be looking at Civil War, or we're going to be looking at American Revolutionary War, we're going to look at different things. If they're testing that and they're testing in something totally different, parents are going to be like, wait, why were you tested on that? That's supposed to be at the end of the semester. So I think if everybody knows, the parent knows, they're not going to look at those scores out there. It's going to be more meaningful if I know, hey, we have cell structure on this quiz. You focused on that. You did your homework on that. You're understanding the concept and knowledge of what's going on in the classroom. If we're trying to, everybody's got to know this at this time. It's like, who decides what everybody needs to know? It's like, we're not being unique and we're not being local, and it's not Kansas driven, in my opinion. So I appreciate the effort and the locality, and that you're getting the parents engaged so that they know what those scores even mean.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. I really do.
Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Nugent and Olathe team. I have 3 questions to ask, but I'll put them all in one. And I do want to compliment you on presenting what I think is a very logic-driven model. So I heard you mention Great Bend. So can you all tell me what those 6 districts are? I guess Olathe and the other 5. And then also, Since this is a model that you're kind of exploring what outcomes may be, are there opportunities along the way for other districts who are interested to join in the process for this through plan? And then the third thing, I know that there is the request to be excused from having to participate in the state assessment. But I'm wondering if maintaining that for the time period of this model experimentation, if that would provide more valid results, because you could, I mean, I guess maybe this might be the first or second full year of implementation. There might be some things that would pop up in year 4. That weren't anticipated, but if you had both going at the same time by the time you got finished with the pilot, there may be something that everybody could look at and say, this would be optimum for the state of Kansas.
All right, well, I'll start with a couple, and then I'll kick it over to Renee to talk about the process of onboarding. The current districts that we have the pleasure of working with, and we actually meet monthly to kind of digest data together, it is us, KCK, Great Bend, Dodge City, Humboldt, and Geary County. We're all at very different levels of implementation, ranging from piloting with a couple of schools all the way up to where we're full-scale district-wide. And so I'll let Renee jump in on talk about Dr. Nugent, jump in and talk about onboarding and so forth.
So currently, anyone could jump into what they're doing, and that's fine because that's district driven. We want to look at these 6 districts and pilot accordingly, but there would be opportunities for others to come in. That's how IADA is written. But we also, just what I think we're saying, I could be assuming wrong, but it would be good to see those who are doing the through assessment, those who are not, really look at the pros and cons. Again, I believe it's the process. So if you just hop in and do a through assessment and you're taking this assessment without really using the data to drive the change, we're not going to get anywhere. It's no different. Then I would say, then let's just do it once a year, right? But I think the purpose is let's make this a process in learning and then have an assessment aligned accordingly.
So, because I'm not, from what I heard her say and what I heard you say, I'm not sure if will the pilot districts still be taking the state assessment at the end of the year?
So Olathe, what we're saying is no.
No, okay.
And then we'll determine, so maybe one of those 6 districts is in the very first year of implementation. We want them to do both because we've got to get their processes down. So,
Okay.
But eventually the goal would be if you're in the pilot, you're doing one or the other.
Okay, okay.
And maybe I can just add to that.
Sure.
The reason Olathe is because they have that longevity.
Yes.
And that they already have the data compared. Great Bend, as an example, I believe is in their first year. So we would want to see that. But that would start in that process because there's much more than we just give the assessment. It has to form instruction. The professional learning communities that Olathe is doing is now so deeply embedded. Mm-hmm. You ought to go watch those happen because that's where the magic is happening, where the teacher says, wow, the kids can't do this. Let's have a conversation about instructional change. So that's why the 6 would be maybe brought in at different stages in terms of releasing them from the summative assessment.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So that was basically what my question was going to be. Is it sounded like we were doing yet another change of the assessment test for some areas because it is it basically opting out of the end of the year summative for choice students. Right?
District.
So you're not getting to opt out of an assessment. I want to make that clear. This would be a pilot, and it would be in those 4 assessments would be not equivalent, but take the place of the current summative that we have. So it's a pilot. So we're not. The majority of districts are taking the end of summative assessment. We're not changing anything. We just want to start to look at, is this a model that could be appropriate for what Kansas needs?
Right, and but so to the point for these 4 districts is that what I understood largest benefit of the state assessment was to look year after year after year after year. Are we improving? Are we not improving?
Yep.
And it sounded like early on I was hearing that when a child is maybe struggling by that 3 points, they can't meet the next level and you're not sure why, they would benefit from this basic assessment test because it more closely tracks them. And what I start to wonder is how valuable would our state assessment test become if students who were struggling to do well on the regular state assessment are doing this alternative assessment, not doing the regular state assessment, and so then there'll be an artificial appearance of success than on the regular state assessment because you've taken out a demographic of students who were struggling with it to begin with.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Debbie, I'm going to maybe jump between you and Michelle because I think you've articulated, the two of you, what is the challenge when you hit a school district, which is what's the purpose of the assessment? Is the purpose of the assessment accountability to measure across the state, across time, or is the purpose of the assessment to inform parents and kids of instruction and the teacher instruction taking place? We've always tried to marry those two. It's extremely difficult to do that. I mean, we all want that, but it's extremely difficult to do that because accountability comes with a very standardization of things that has to happen in order to have that accountability. The instruction that takes place in a classroom is very varied, and when do I do it, and what's the time, what's the materials. So there's a lot of variables that you have to almost exclude out. This pilot's trying to marry those two in a way that we've never done before. It's why it's limited. It's why it's over time to see, can you prove this model out? Don't know. We don't know because you're trying to prove exactly what the two of you are bringing up and putting it together, and that's what would happen going forward. So that's what the ask is.
So is Olathe the only district who is set up at this point to not do the end of year?
So that's good. There will be an application to kind of determine where you are, what
Okay.
stage you're at in the process,
Okay.
and then we can make that decision. Are you
Okay.
ready for this or not?
Gotcha. Connie?
You know, I just have a short question, hopefully. What I hear from teachers when the kids take the assessment, they don't see those kids when the assessment scores come out.
Right.
So to me, what you're doing is you're taking a test and you're saying, okay, this kid's struggling here. We can help him now before he moves on to the next teacher or next grade. Is that what you're hoping to accomplish?
Yes.
You're right, it was a short question.
And a short answer.
And a short answer. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was tremendous,
Yep, you
truly.
bet.
Appreciate it. And I'm really glad because I actually went back and watched your March 2024 meeting, which I was here for, but obviously 2 years is a lot of meetings. Yeah, this was great. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes. Okay. So because our timing is getting a little bit crazy, we're going to do what we're doing, but then we're going to skip 7 and go to 8. So we're going to flip 7 and 8 is what we're going to do because 7 is in-house people and we have other people waiting because we're really running late. So just so everybody's aware. Okay. Up next is our dear, it was a dear Dr. Harwood. It's a dear Catherine. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Commissioner, members of the board. I have for you the teacher preparation standards for business education. Oop, let's see if I can make it go forward. There we go. So just a reminder, these are the standards that the college uses to prepare, to design and prepare their college students to be future teachers in this license area. So it is both when they put together a new program that they want to propose, I always want more, and then every time that program is peer reviewed to make sure that it is meeting the standards set for that license area. These are going to be different than the classroom standards because this is training the teacher in what the teacher needs to know and be able to do. Just a reminder, there are two different types of program standards. There are professional education standards that apply to every single license and endorsement area, and those focus on pedagogy, on theory and methods. And then there are content area standards, which have both content for that license area, but also the theory and methods that are specific to that license area. And I am going to turn the microphone over to Kim Doherty and Sarah Sweet. They were co-chairs for this committee. The committee was comprised of equal parts business ed classroom teachers and the professors who train business ed teachers. So I will let them talk, and I'll click. Sarah may have had to leave, depending on what time. Okay. Okay. So I think I will turn it over to Kim.
Hey, Sarah's on, but I don't know that we can hear her.
Okay. I think she had a limited amount of time she could be on, so I may impose on you for more of it if you're willing.
Yeah, that's fine.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, sorry, I tried to plug into a speaker. Hello, I'm Sarah Sweet. I am a business teacher at Emporia High School. I apologize if any bells ring. I am at school, so that might take any of you back, if you were classroom teachers, back to your bell days. I'm going to present on standards 1 through 3. I'm assuming you guys have a copy or a slide in front of you that shows the comparison. Is that true?
They do, yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so the biggest changes that we made were really in wording, because the previous standards were from 2001. So a lot of what we did was update language to just make it more relevant to today's teaching world. In standard 1, you'll see that we kind of changed it kind of completely, because it was originally just about the skills of teaching computers, but we felt it was important to bring in that the business teacher needs proficiency in digital literacy, data analytics, emerging technologies, and careers in the business field. One question we got when we presented this to the last board was, why did we not specifically name AI within the standard? We did that on purpose because we wanted to keep the technology more broad, since it is ever changing and updating. We don't know what AI is going to be called within the next year or so, or what else will come out. So that's why we clumped it more as digital literacy tools, to keep it so it would encompass whatever emerging technologies have come out within when these standards will be relevant. So that was the biggest update on standard 1. Catherine, do you want me to do all the updates and then ask questions, or questions in between each standard?
All the updates would be great. And if anybody has a burning question, I hope they will flag me down.
Perfect. Okay, so that's for standard 1. Standard 2, we made sure to emphasize that the business teacher candidate needs proper education in curriculum development and pedagogy. The previous standard also hit on those types of skills, but we just made it the language more updated to today's society. We also put an emphasis on state competencies and pathways, since those have been developed since the previous standards were put into place. So we wanted to make sure that that teacher candidate was educated on how pathways impact business curriculum and how competencies are set from the state, and they need to know how to apply for their pathways and all that kind of good stuff. Then on standard 3, the previous standard was very true. And we moved kind of the curriculum needs that the business educator needs to a different standard. So we're not saying that they don't need the items that were listed in the previous standard 3. We just reworked it a little bit and included more professional learning, self-evaluation, and the fact that the business teacher candidate needed to be a lifelong learner, and making sure that they are reflecting and collaborating with others within their school, their mentor teacher, whoever it might be in that case. So again, just kind of updated language, made sure to emphasize the importance of self-reflection. I think those are my 3, so I'm going to hand it over to Kim. I do have to go down and close our school store, so I unfortunately have to log off, but I hope Kim can take it from here. Sorry, Kim.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah. I am Kim Doherty, and I'm Dean of Academic Affairs at Flint Hills Technical College, and I'm the other co-chair as far as this committee is concerned. And I will start with Standard 4. On Standard 4, again, updated language, dealing more with pedagogy, working along those lines, really bringing in the competency-based instruction, and working with some of those different areas. A lot of these, we combined some of the information, and you're going to see Standard 5 brought up on different ones of these. But that would be Standard 4. Standard 5 is where we get in, we combined the different subject matters into Standard 5. And so this is where you're going to see a lot of those. Before we're divided out, we've combined them into Standard 5. So we talk about accounting, business law, business ethics, and the different areas that we feel that business teachers need to be up on as far as what they're going to be presenting to their students. Going on to Standard 6, again, we talk about updated language and some of those types of things. On Standard 6, we talked about collaboration, communication, leadership. That was something that wasn't mentioned. It was mentioned, but not specifically. And we felt like this is something that is coming out as far as education is concerned. And so talking not only to colleagues, but students and also the families of those students. And so the Standard 6 is talking more about communication. The accounting that was in the previous standard actually was moved to Standard 5. And so it wasn't eliminated, it was just moved to Standard 5. Standard 7, we have removed. The leadership, teamwork, those types of things are actually in Standard 6. And so that information is included in Standard 6. So we have removed Standard 7. And we have also removed Standard 8, which brought in the business law, ethics, financial planning that is now in Standard 5. So it's combined into Standard 5. And so those are the standards that the committee has come up with, and I will answer any questions.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, can we go back to let's go back to number 5. I want to see the comparison between the ones that you removed and where that language is replaced. So you said that which 7 and 8 are removed, and they're covered in Standard 5?
And 6, I think.
And 6.
Yes.
So show me where the leadership skills are.
Leadership would be, we include, well, in our discussions, I'm looking at it, it doesn't specifically say leadership, but the appropriate collaboration, communication, those types of things are going to be taking in that leadership as well.
So this is a trust the process. These words have been removed, but we just have to assume that it's in there. It seemed like some big
The other
Sorry.
The other document. Sorry.
Zoom.
I know.
The other document that we worked with, and I don't know if they have access to that, but going through the final draft, underneath the knowledge and performance, those items are also kind of written out in more detail in those documents.
So that's the complete draft that you have when you look at the functions or the performance and knowledge indicators under each standard.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's where you're saying they were embedded someplace else within the standards.
If you look at 6.1, multiple strategies, opportunities, technologies to effectively collaborate with colleagues, verbal and nonverbal communication,
Gotcha.
culture of open collaboration, effective communication skills, demonstrate leadership and teamwork skills.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wondered, and I don't know, Catherine, you can probably, either one of you, could you just let the full board know, because I probably heard it at the Professional Standards Board, not that I remember, but the size and the demographic of the committee that worked on the standards? Does that make sense?
I would have to look up the roster to be exact, but I think we had 8 to 10 members, Kim?
Yes, I think you're correct on that. I don't know, again, I don't know the exact numbers without going back to emails.
That's okay.
With equal representation from business ed classroom teachers and higher ed faculty training classroom teachers.
Okay. Okay.
And all of those teachers were across the state. It wasn't narrowed
That's
down
right.
to specific areas. It was across the state.
Because you do try to look at that size of school, the whole demographics of the district and the across the state.
Yeah, we try to find folks available.
So it's not Eastern Kansas, I guess, is what I'm saying.
No, really not.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments? Okay, all right. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate it. So this will be the receive item this month, then our voting next month.
Yes,
Okay,
this is the receive, and I hope to bring it back to you next month.
okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Board, if you can hang on for a few more minutes, I would like to go into agenda item 8 before we take our break, since we have had these lovely people waiting for a very long time.
We're flexible.
So Amanda Peterson is going to be before us doing a parent highlight, and I will let her give us all the info. Thank you.
Well, hello, Chair Hopkins, members of the board. I'm Amanda Peterson, the Director of Early Childhood here at the Kansas State Department of Education. While this is coming up, you know, you've heard me say before, from before birth, our brains are really being programmed, right? Every environment, every interaction that we have is an opportunity for us to help build the foundational brain architecture that is later going to help us do everything from read books to solve math problems to be able to focus and finish through on tasks. And there's really no greater time to make an impact in this than in early childhood, when the brain is developing at the fastest time as in any point during our lives. So families are children's first and most important teachers. That's why the work that Kansas schools do to engage with families is so very important. In Kansas, Kansas state law authorizes school districts to offer parent education programs. These are voluntary opportunities for families to learn more about early childhood development, to deepen their parenting skills, and to learn activities that they can do at home that can help support their children's learning. And when we think about things like later engaging families in assessments, you know, we have the opportunity to start building those relationships and setting that foundation early in a child's life. Beginning this coming July, the state-level responsibility for administering early childhood programs will transition from us at the Kansas State Department of Education to the new Office of Early Childhood. But we've been thinking a lot about ways to make sure that the connection between you all and local boards of education and these school district parents as teachers programs remains very, very strong. And so today, I'm very excited that you all get to hear more about the incredible work that our Kansas Parents as Teachers programs are doing. We get to celebrate the success of PAT programs who have already achieved the highest possible level of quality. And we get to hear more as we think about the 4 fundamentals. We get to hear more about all of the different ways that Parents as Teachers services support later early literacy success. So I'm excited to turn it over to Lisa Williams, our Kansas Parents as Teachers coordinator, to share more about Parents as Teachers.
Hello, thank you so much. We're happy to be here today with members of the State Board of Education to talk about the Kansas Parents as Teachers program. We have two goals for our time with you today. The first, as Amanda said, is to really celebrate the great things that are going on in our state and the strong commitment that Kansas Parents as Teachers programs have to delivering the highest quality of service to families. And then in the second part, we're going to highlight how Parents as Teachers programs support early literacy. So, Parents as Teachers is an important part of Kansas's early childhood system, supporting Kansas families and children as they prepare for school and long-term success. Parents as Teachers is an evidence-based home visiting model, and it's a comprehensive parent education program. It serves families and children from prenatal through kindergarten and provides deep insight into early childhood development. The Kansas Parents as Teachers model includes 4 dynamic components. First are personal visits. Next are group connections or group activities. The third is the resource network, which connects families to different resources in Kansas and in their communities. And finally, child and caregiver screening. These components, though, aren't just best practice. They're the foundation for maintaining fidelity to the model and earning the highest level of quality designation through the Parents as Teachers National Center called the Blue Ribbon Designation. When delivered with fidelity, they help set families and children up for success from the very beginning. So over the next few minutes, we will be celebrating the diligent work of Kansas Parents as Teachers programs to deliver this model with quality and fidelity. So as you're looking through the next 3 slides, which show the 42 Kansas programs that have earned the Blue Ribbon designation, I'll share with you exactly what that looks like in practice. A high-quality program starts with strong staff, and in Kansas we have approximately 280 parent educators, and more than 84% of those hold a bachelor's or master's degree. This is a highly educated workforce. To deliver the highest quality services, called Blue Ribbon, to families, Parents as Teachers programs must meet 21 essential requirements and 81 quality standards. That's 100 standards that guide effective implementation of this program. Parents as Teachers programs participate in a rigorous quality improvement process every 5 years. This includes a 15-month external accreditation process during which programs are reviewed against 101 quality standards to demonstrate their commitment to providing exceptional services to families. Kansas has 61 Parents as Teachers affiliates. Of those, the 42 affiliates recognized on these slides have earned the Blue Ribbon designation, reflecting excellence in model implementation. While not yet Blue Ribbon level, 16 additional affiliates in the state are demonstrating model fidelity by meeting the 21 essential requirements. These programs are on the path towards earning Blue Ribbon designation. So we want to celebrate. We want to celebrate that overall in Kansas, Parents as Teachers programs are delivering this home visiting model with exceptional quality, and we're happy to take these moments to recognize those Blue Ribbon programs and look forward to recognizing even more of our programs in the future. So this slide's a little crazy. I love the fireworks, but I'm going to stop the fireworks. But we do want to celebrate them and the work that they're doing. So for those board members, I want you to know the schools that have programs that were on that list that are blue ribbon. And for those programs that may be watching us, we celebrate you. Yeah. Okay, so the second part of our time with you today, can you hand one of these out? Thank you, Deborah. Is to highlight how PAT supports early literacy. One hallmark of a high-quality Parents as Teachers program is focusing on what matters most to the family to support their children and family to thrive. And we know that parents are the first and most important teacher in a child's life. That understanding is the reason early literacy is such a central focus of the Parents as Teachers program. Research indicates 3 key factors that are crucial to a child's reading success. The first is literacy's value in the home. Next is parents and caregivers' time spent reading with their child. And last, availability and use of various reading materials at home. So when families build literacy into everyday routines, children build important school readiness skills and can have genuine enjoyment of reading. So to share with you exactly how Parents as Teachers supports families and early literacy, we invited 2 outstanding program leaders to share their expertise. So please welcome Amanda McGuire over here with Parents as Teachers Program Coordinator with the USD 273 Beloit Parents as Teachers Consortium. And Nicole Farley will jump in also to wrap up. And Nicole is with the Parents as Teachers, she is the program coordinator for USD 501 Topeka Public Schools. Also joining us as a surprise is Dr. Tiffany Anderson, also with 501, and she is here to support Nicole because she supports the Parents as Teachers program. So they're going to share 8 ways that PAT supports families and early literacy. You have handouts, so I just want to say the first handout is this list of 8 ways they're going to talk about. You can take notes on that or whatever. And then after that, you will have some handouts that both Amanda and Nicole will point out to you that will dive deeper into the components that they're talking about. So I'm going to turn it over to Amanda McGuire. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe it's good early afternoon at this point. As Lisa said, I'm Amanda McGuire, and I'm the coordinator for Parents as Teachers in Beloit, which is very north central Kansas. Our program covers 3 counties there and the 5 school districts that are within those counties. And then I'm also a home visitor within one of those districts that we serve. So I'm going to cover the first couple of ways that our program supports families with early literacy. The first way being parent education. And parent education really is the whole basis for the Parents as Teachers program. We know that parents are their child's first teacher and their most important teacher. A literacy component is built into every PAT visit, and parent educators begin discussing the topic of language at birth or even prenatally if they're serving families in the prenatal role. Language and literacy is one of the 4 main areas of development in the PAT milestones, which helps parents notice how their child's language is developing. They can look at that over time and know what they can do to support that as well. Home visitors encourage literacy-rich parent-child interactions like singing, reading, and storytelling. They also model how to use language during daily activities and routines like dressing, bathing, and mealtime. Parent educators discuss how interactive language increases literacy skills as children grow. There are many resources that are embedded in the PAT curriculum. The nursery rhymes, listening, and feeling rhythm activity pages included in your packets. And this activity page is designed to use with infants between 3.5 and 5.5 months old. This activity encourages parents to sing nursery rhymes with their young infants. And you'll see that the activity page is broken down in the how do we do it, which explains the steps of the activity, the what's in it for us, which explains the specific areas of development and skills that that activity is working on. And then included in every activity page, there's a book sharing corner. And that component encourages parents' ongoing literacy, reading and interaction with their child, which encourages their language and literacy skills. It's really important to remember that literacy is not just about reading. It's also about singing and storytelling, which are really important components for many families and their cultures. You also have in your packet a parent handout that's called Reasons to Read to Your Baby. Parent handouts are used from the curriculum to bring evidence-based research to parents to help teach them how they can best support their child's growth and development. This specific handout teaches about language skills, the importance of parents reading to their children, and what they can learn from it, emphasizing start young, read every day, and set up a book-friendly home. Shared reading between the parent and child is encouraged at every PAT visit. This picture here demonstrates one of those interactions. The second way that parents as teachers encourages language and literacy is by modeling literacy practices. The PAT activities that home visitors bring teach parents how they can encourage language and literacy learning even in the youngest children. Parent educators model these skills as they interact with families in home visits, bringing PAT activities that demonstrate shared book reading, dialogic reading, and storytelling. Educators model interactive book reading with open-ended questions and labeling objects to increase children's vocabulary. Parent educators individualize home visits for each child to engage them in developmentally appropriate learning activities. Next in your handouts, you'll see an activity page called Buried Letters, Searching and Identifying. This is one of my favorite PAT literacy activities, and it is focused on the 3 to 5 age range. With this activity, no matter what level the child is at developmentally, they're able to engage in sensory play while learning about letters and letter sounds. Families have often duplicated this activity in their home when I return on a subsequent visit because their child liked it so much. Play is learning, and engaging children in play helps them explore and retain the skills that they're learning. The next parent handout in your packet is called Developmental Stages of Reading, and this handout focuses on typical literacy skills that children are developing ages 3 through 6. Skills like pretending to read, asking adults to read or write things for them, recognizing print in the world around them, and saying or singing finger plays and rhymes from memory. Parents love to see what their children are learning, and they want to know how to help them advance in those skills. So the back of that handout gives parents some ideas on things they can do to help advance their children's reading, such as letting them see their parents reading and also helping them wonder aloud about reading. The next slide shows an example of a Parents as Teachers group connection that was at a program's local library, which is a great way to expose families to resources that our libraries can offer. And then the third way that PAT encourages literacy is by helping families build a language-rich home environment. Literacy is a component of every personal visit because it's important for every child. PAT programs bring books to each family, either to share, loan, or give the family at each personal visit, depending on the family's needs and the program's budgets. Some homes have no books within their home when we visit, and so home visitors connect families to the Dolly Parton Imagination Library or other resources where they can get books to help their child's learning. As home visitors build relationships with families, they encourage conversation, narration, and responsive talk, helping parents observe their children and recognizing their language and literacy skills. Educators support parents in labeling objects for their child and teaching them about the importance of parallel talk and self-talk in encouraging language development. PAT visits highlight the importance of print awareness through books and written print in the family's home, as well as environmental print in their communities. Teaching children to be curious and continue exploring with language and literacy as they grow. And I will turn it over to Nicole.
So thank you all so much for having me here today. I am from USD 501 in Topeka, and I'm a local Topeka kid who came back after graduation. So thank you again as we continue here. We'll talk about developmentally appropriate guidance. So we're looking at activities that are specifically tailored to age and development. As you saw in the handouts there, there's age ranges that are located on each one. And so those age ranges really are there to know what the child's stage is, where they are. They can go a little bit backwards too if we have children that maybe have special needs that may not be there yet. And so the guidance is there specifically for that. Another way, we're looking at the focus on basic skills. We have listening, we have speaking. All of those things can be found within the part of the visit, but also during group connection. So we're not just talking to families about these sort of things during the home visits, but also as they attend groups, they're learning more about that. And then adjusting those strategies. So some groups are held specifically for infants, for toddlers, for preschoolers, and the same thing with the home visits. They're targeted by age. And so children are learning best based on their age and the aligning of the Kansas Early Learning Standards as well. Home visitors also are going to bring books to visits and literacy materials. We talked about that. We mentioned Dolly Parton as a resource. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But that is a standard of parents as teachers, is that books are brought. In fact, one of the questions specifically ask about, has the family engaged with a book or a literacy activity during the visit? And so that is a common part of the parents as teachers visit. We're also helping families choose and learn about books that may be helpful for them. I think the next handout is a book list in there, and so you can see from parents as teachers the guidance that they've given us about specific books that we can share with families. And some of those books include things like social emotional development, friends, family, and community, death, loss, language and cognitive development, families with child welfare. Actually, I think that was a handout I pulled out, so sorry about that. But those are the types of books that we, in the list that may be offered to families. And we're also just encouraging that regular routine. A lot of times it's brush, book, bed, right? So encouraging families to do that in the evening so they have a routine, along with the other routines that we're talking about. How can we plug this in and encourage that sort of thing with families? And then we have the individualized support. And so we have observations that we're helping during a personal visit, for instance, the literacy activity that we mentioned, or indicating whether a family member read aloud, told stories, or sang songs every day within the past week, per the family's report. And so that's something that's documented on each time that we're meeting with families. And then additional information of just supporting families that are at risk for those reading difficulties through early intervention. So much of our program is connecting families to resources as well. We have very great partnerships with our Tiny K or infant toddler services programs, and so we're connecting families, and in fact, a lot of times they're attending our groups and supporting our families through that as well. Another way that they're offering that too, just referrals to community resources, again, whenever connecting those programs together. Sometimes having that soft handoff really helps at the early age. Something else to consider is when talking about things that families are doing throughout the visit. So things like mom sat on the floor with the baby in her lap. While saying those words, the child pointed at it, and then child pointed to the pictures in the book. So giving those parents sometimes words that they don't always have of how they're incorporating those literacy things that are going on. And then we have those strengthening of those parent-child relationships. So things like wow, you really seem to enjoy that interaction with you. I wonder if we could see how they would enjoy this activity together. So again, giving those elements of rhymes and songs, that because we know how attractive that is to babies. Sometimes what we find is that parents don't want to be silly. They don't want to sing. They don't want to read. Maybe they don't feel comfortable with that. But giving those little opportunities to say that that is okay, and we're going to support you in doing that. We also offer rhymes and songs books just to be silly with families, but also again because we understand that that literacy is super important for our littlest learners, and they're just really framed as enjoyable relationship things. As you can see in this picture, that is a little girl that loves reading, and she loves that time that she gets to spend with that parent there. And then ongoing assessments. So developmental screenings, we're using the ASQ for parents as teachers, and you can see our numbers here. 762 children in the state of Kansas last year that were further assessment, and then we have 469 that were received follow-up services. So sometimes we're screening multiple times, and we're saying to a family, hey, maybe you should get this service, and the family declines, and that is their right to do so. But we are offering some follow-up services with that. Maybe the follow-up is just, let's try screening again in 6 months. Sometimes that's maybe we can have this specific activity that we're going to work on that will help strengthen those skills, and sometimes, hey, we'll try again in 6 months, and okay, let's go ahead and make the referral. So again, using the ASQ, and I think that does have a copy of maybe we can obtain a copy of the ASQ there. So for once, one of the questions on the ASQ, without showing him, does your child point to the correct picture when you say, show me the kitty, or ask, where is the dog? So those literacy-based questions. Or does your child imitate a 2-word sentence? For example, mama eat, dada play, okay, for a 24-month-old. So again, that age appropriate. And then we're setting goals related to reading and communication. So that's what the next thing I think you'll see in there is the goal setting. And so you'll see what goal setting looks like. So yes, home visits are super fun. We enjoy them, but we also know that we're going in there with a purpose, and our purpose is to help support families. And one of those ways that we're doing that is by setting goals. And so you could see what a basic literacy goal might look like for some of our families, which might include things like signing up for the Dolly Parton Library if you have not already signed up for Dolly Parton. It may be going to the library, obtaining more books, creating a book center. So lots of things that we can do to help support families related to that. And then those progress is reviewed over time. So again, usually about a year, a family is working on a goal, or if they meet it sooner. So all of those things that we're thinking about related to communication and reading. So I think we're done. And we wanted to know if you had any questions or discussion.
Betty.
Thank you so much. And I really love the safety nets that's being provided for families. But specifically, can you tell me, do you have something designed to address the needs of kids in foster care, or kids being raised by grandparents who don't necessarily have that same investment or energy level that you would see in first-time parents? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just wondered if this is an area that you deal with as well. Thank you.
No, this is definitely something that we deal with quite frequently. We have a pretty good relationship with our local child welfare system, or DCF here, but also with parents. I just got a call last week from a grandparent who said, I have grandchildren, both parents are in jail, I don't know what to do. I haven't had children in my house in a long time. And we immediately got her connected to a parent educator. So what's nice is that we are supporting a whole family. Mm-hmm. So parent, I think it's different in the education world. We're always talking about children, right? We're saying specific children, but we really support families. And the way we support families is by offering them the services that they need. So there are specific additional information towards dealing with child welfare, towards dealing with foster care, and I anticipate probably some more dealing with multi-generational households, specifically for parents as teachers. So there's some guidance in there for how we should handle that, and we can be really adaptive. The other thing is that parents as teachers kind of gives us a framework, but they say, you know your community best, and so how do you work to support your specific community? And so, for instance, like in our community, that's a need we have, and so we're trying to support that the best way we can.
Awesome. Thank you. Beryl?
Could I just
Oh, I'm
add
sorry.
one?
Yes,
I
please.
just wanted to point out that there are some really neat things on the horizon too, with home visiting related to just the changing landscape that we're seeing. So one of our programs in our state works with DCF, and their role is to work with families that have children at risk from being removed from the home. And that's an intervention that DCF has put in place, and that intervention is Parents as Teachers. So that program serves the whole state. Now, it is based on referral, which is different than a lot of our programs. But that's one thing. The other neat thing is that we have a program that's emerging in the early childhood landscape that's called Supporting Care Providers. And that program is specifically targeted towards families, friends, and neighbors that are providing care for children. And, the program's building momentum, but I think it's something that you'll hear about in the future.
Gotcha. Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for this powerful presentation. I've seen firsthand the impact that Parents as Teachers has made on some of our youngest learners. I also want to give a shout out to Nicole. She said she graduated from Topeka Public Schools, and I was privileged to be her assistant principal at Highland Park High School when she graduated, and I'm so glad she's come back. I've watched her as a professional. She has done an outstanding job supporting our young people, so very proud of her, as well as each one of you. I have a question, though. I know that in my work in education, I encountered quite a few adults who were not good readers at all. And because of that, they were very reluctant to read out loud, and they avoided reading as often as possible. What do you have that can support parents who may not have any level of reading confidence or very low level, so that they will want to engage in reading to their child?
Nicole may know more of the specifics than I do. However, Parents as Teachers does have a teen parent curriculum that our programs can access, and I often use that curriculum with parents that have more of a difficulty with reading because it's written at a lower reading level. I can't tell you what grade level it is, but that does seem to be helpful, and it's in much simpler terms. The other thing is, we individualize services for families. So on my very first visit with a family, we're paper heavy. There's lots of forms, there's lots of handouts. I always ask families, tell me how you learn best. Do you want me to hit the highlights on this handout? Do you want me to read it all to you? Would you rather I leave it and you can read it and we'll look at it next time? So we really try to teach, even if they're not good readers, the information that's in the curriculum.
Okay, thank you.
I would add to that there are adapted handouts as well. So some of them are less wordy, and then some of them are just pictures, because we understand that is super important, that a lot of families don't have that. So encouraging reading, but also modeling it on occasion can be really important to just help families to learn that this is a part of a visit, right? It's a part of the routine of the visit. I've noticed that when you kind of set it up as the routine and you sort of give them the grace of not staring at them maybe, or just allowing them to be, sometimes families will just really end up taking a little bit more out of it when they kind of get to navigate what that looks like.
That's good. That's good. Couple quick questions. Didn't hear anything about tech, but I still don't want to assume. Do you in any way use an iPad or encourage, just give me an idea of where you're sitting at with the tech world when you're talking to families with their young ones?
Well, there is an app that Parents as Teachers has designed called PAT Engage that helps us just engage with families. So it can do video, it can do audio, little clips, that kind of thing. But for the children, we tend to focus still primarily on basic things like, sometimes we'll support families in engaging in that. And there's some opportunity with Parents as Teachers through some what we called challenge grants last year to partner with PBS. And so some of the PBS information, it's a whole thing called Ready to Learn. does have apps in it, but really the main focus tends to be on just how do we engage with them doing activities. And so that's sort of a afterthought to it, and it doesn't happen all the time, but it is something that, it comes up. And so we do have several handouts on technology and how to use those with families, and how to help parents specifically understand and use technology so that they're using it to its ability, but while also primarily focusing on things like reading and sitting down with your child and being near them.
Okay, so what I think I heard is that most of that has to do with the parent.
Yes.
And making sure they're connecting or whatever their needs are. Yeah. Do you guys ever talk about, because for some reason I thought of the Sunflower Summer Program, you give that information to families so they know that's available for their, whatever they might be able to do in their area or whatever? Great. Good to know. Okay, well, that was my question, so I don't see anybody else. Oh, Dennis is jumping in.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for doing this because it's so important, and it really is a family, just a big blessing to have this encouragement in the home. And I just I've noticed I work at a little thrift store, and they get a lot of books in. I noticed the Dolly Parton library coming in there a lot, and I'm glad to see it on your list. And I think I've read The Little Engine That Could probably 70 or 80 times. And just a kind of funny observation. I was in Walmart in Hutchinson just before I came up here, and for this board meeting, and there was a kiosk of all the Dr. Seuss books. And I don't know where that comes from, but they were very low priced. It was just good to see that. I'm just glad that reading is out there and in book form. I'm just really happy about that.
Starting early. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take our 10-minute break, right? That's where we're at. But we're going to do pictures with the lovely people that are with us real quick, okay? So we'll be back at 12:46 plus a picture. Okay, we are back at it and continuing on our lateness. Okay, number 7 on the agenda, since we skipped it. Sorry about that.
Oh, no issues, Madam Chair.
And I have Dr. Nugent on the side here, but apparently it's you, which I would assume.
Yes, I'm going to, we've coordinated. I'm just going to take it.
No worries. Okay. Receive regulations and rules and reviewing teacher licensure.
Yeah,
Mr.
so,
Shane Clark?
so good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, ladies and gentlemen of the board. You haven't seen me since about June of last year, so I do exist, but in case you forgot who I am, I have this nice little name tag on. And before I got here, Dr. Porter let me know that whatever I do, I'm not going to get us back on time. So my goal is to not put you any further behind, so I'll get on with it. So today, I am bringing to you some licensure regulation rules and review. So my agenda, we're going to discuss why we're bringing these and having this discussion today. Talk about impacted regulations. I'm going to provide you a summary of previously approved changes. Some of you are new to the board since some of the things that have been approved by the board haven't been put into regulation yet, so I'll cover those quickly. And then I'm going to bring you new items for consideration. And when I talk about these new items, we're talking about concepts. So whenever you talk about licensure regulations, we'll get to all of them here in a moment. If I change one thing in one area, it's going to impact about 6 other licensure regs. So we're not going to go line by line and have the written narrative of changes. That'll come in the future, providing you little bites and chunks along the way, so that when you do receive that full write-up, you understand what's going on. Because, Madam Chair, as you were privy and setting the Professional Standards Board last year and seeing all that at one time, it's pretty tough to consume and make sense of. All right, so why are we here? So the last couple of months, Dr. Nugent has come before you all talking about better aligning, your board goal to better align with our school improvement model and look at licensure regulations, that goal number 3, to make changes. So that kind of started with that realignment of our professional development plans. And some of the stuff I talk about today, it's going to take that professional development plan one step further and really align what we're asking for professional development in our regs to align with our school improvement model. Other changes, it's going to, we talk about professional development. Once again, it's going to enhance that quality and relevance of the professional development that educators are doing. We're also going to look to reduce duplicative or outdated requirements. We're going to talk about some old changes that were made as far back as 2017 that have impact some of the licensure regs and really need to be updated to kind of fit in alignment with those changes. And then some of the other changes were really geared towards working from an HR perspective. I work with a lot of district HRs, and we have numerous licenses, and looking at kind of the timing and how we process those, what makes sense, what saves the educator money, what makes sense from trying to hire and find staffing needs and not getting confused by what licenses are out there. So all this will tie in together with these changes that I'm bringing today. Or recommendations, excuse me. All right, so these are all of the licensure regs, and as I said earlier, you make one change in one, you're probably going to have to change about 3 or multiple places within 3 or 4 other regs. But when we talk about licensure regs, these are the ones I'm talking about. All right, so if I had the DeLorean that Spencer had shown earlier, we would hop in that and we'd go back in a previous time too. I'm not that clever, so no DeLorean. But previously, the state board has approved everything I'm going to talk about. First is the legacy license. Just a reminder that it's a 20-year license that's available for educators that have retired, and it will basically allow them to serve as a teacher of record for their endorsement area or serve as a substitute teacher for a 20-year license term. Whereas now, there's a professional license. It's a 5-year term, or they could have a 5-year standard substitute license, and then you meet renewal requirements. Instead, it's saying you've retired, we honor that service, here's a 20-year license for you to continue to serve in that capacity if you want to sub or come back part-time. Recent approval over the summer, the state board did approve a 3rd option for emergency substitute licenses. And that 3rd option is 1, requires completion of state-approved substitute modules and verification of hire. So that would all go into regulation as well. We also had previously removed the principles of learning and teaching as it was a duplicative test. All of our teacher candidates are required to complete the performance work sample before they finish their programs, which basically measures the exact same thing as the PLT. So instead of a multiple choice test, you actually have a competency performance-based assessment that you have to do and demonstrate that you know what you're doing instead of taking a a multiple choice test. And near and dear to Dr. Stephen King's heart, and I believe he last updated you, I think December or November, but there will be a computer science endorsement that will be in this next reg update. All right, so the new items for consideration, which while we're really here, first and foremost, we wanted to teacher licensure. It's very easy to say, well, the school improvement model doesn't necessarily apply to us. Well, that's not true. There's ways that we can work to align our work and make more sense for districts and educators, and that's been a goal of teacher licensure. So with that, we're looking to find a renewal pathway for educators that's really aligned to the school improvement model, and we think we found that. So the request is going to be that you approve an option for educators that they can renew their license by completing designated state board approved training programs during the term of their license. We're going to get into that state approved training list here in just a moment. But before we do that, I want to give you a little information about professional development points. So typically, I'm only going to show you 3, but there's 4 ways that educators earn professional development points. Service to the profession, we're not going to talk about that one, but it is an option. But generally, they earn points through content knowledge. So you either go take an in-service training and you learn something new, you take college credits, you learn something new, and of all the applications I've processed, the majority of our professional development points come from that content knowledge. Now we've tried to gear a system that also rewards application. So you take that item that you learn, that content knowledge, you take it, put it in your classroom, and apply it, and with the goal of there should be some type of impact. So like I said, most of our professional development training and transcripts we see, there's a lot of emphasis on that content knowledge, which isn't bad. You need to continuously learn, but the great thing about the school improvement model is it's really geared towards not only learning, application, and then at the end you're tied to some type of student outcome and that data, and it's all geared kind of where our professional development plans may have struggled. You've got all that system set up that you've identified your goals, you're getting that training, you're applying it, and then you're going to have that data to refer back to see that there was actually an impact and a change in student outcomes. So I'll go ahead and get into the programs. This is also going to be a review of the Science of Reading, Structured Literacy, or the Science of Reading Licensure Requirements training programs that you all have approved over the last couple of years. And so a good refresher on that as well. So first and foremost, so that state approved training list will consist of letters. And that will be all 3 versions, depending on what assignment that educator is doing, if they complete the early childhood, elementary, or administrator. AIM pathways, if they complete either the pathways to proficient reading, the pathways to proficient reading secondary, which the board approved, but it's an optional opportunity out there if a secondary educator wanted to take that, and pathways to literacy leadership. We also have the Keys to Literacy, which they only offered the one program, Keys to Beginning Reading. We have the Kansas Board of Regents training, the Foundation of the Science of Reading courses. We also have Phillips Fundamental Learning Centers, Structured Literacy and Intervention Specialists, Alphabetic Phonics Introduction. So that's kind of the introductory courses over their full program. And obviously, if someone completed their full program, they would qualify for that, the Seal of Literacy, and we could use that training as well to renew their license. And then we also have our other provider, Read Redefined, and they have 2 options, Literacy Redefined and Read Redefined. And one item that is on the list that is outside of that one fundamental of structured literacy, but it does align with the state board goal number 2 of effective quality leadership development is USA, United School Administrators of Kansas, Elevate Leadership Program. Just as we discussed about the other programs, there's going to be content knowledge in there that's very competency driven, so there's going to be application, and then we would expect some impact, especially when that person steps into that leadership role from day one and has been, has those skills to do an effective job in there. And every program that's on this list has been reviewed by our professional standards board, and they made the recommendation that it be approved. Additional items, so these items are going to be more towards the duration of our licenses, which will improve alignment, processing, efficiency, and cost savings. and also cost savings to our educators, but it's also a little selfish for teacher licensure. It helps us better align to provide better customer service to the field as far as license applications as well. So these are, 4 of our many licenses that we offer, and they all, except for the initial teaching license, have a ending date right now of June 30th of whatever year that they're issued in. When we talk about emergency substitute license, when an individual applies for their first license, it's issued for 1 school year. So if someone applies in February and they use that license at any time, they're going to have that first license from February to June 30th, and then they're going to have to renew again, which somebody else, if they applied in July 15th, they've had their license and could utilize it from July 15th through June 30th. So not necessarily equal for certain people, and it's a common theme of these licenses that are listed is if someone applies after January 1st, it's kind of like they're penalized because they have a very limited license that they can use. So when we talk about cost savings, it'll help with that. And plus it pushes that duration and time limit and helps licensure staff spread that those applications across the whole year versus having about 4,000 come in between the end of May and the beginning of July. And it also helps with districts as well. They're looking to hire a substitute teacher. They think they have this person that's licensed. They've got the license, and then they can only use them for a couple months, and then they got to renew again. So sometimes it can get a little crazy for districts trying to work through that. So we're looking to change the emergency substitute license to a 2 calendar year duration versus the term school year, and each license would be for 2 years. So we would do away with the 1 school year for that first license. For our initial teaching license, in 2017, the state board approved a 2-year mentoring program to upgrade that license. Once again, not really a big issue for individuals that complete their program in spring. They get that license as of July 1st. They're ready to start that new school year. They got their mentor assigned. They're going to complete their 2 years of mentoring and then upgrade that license. But for whatever reason, those folks that started in January, they just received that license. Either the districts haven't started a mentoring program or they're holding off and waiting for the next school year to actually apply for jobs. They have their license. But anyway, it created a scenario where those individuals would basically have to renew a license. Then a few months later, apply for another license to upgrade. So we tried to work around this because, once again, not the most fair system that you could create. And we created ways to assist districts to work with them to basically submit documentation that we knew they were completing their mentoring program. We could extend that initial license and hold it open to issue it. But anyway, a lot of paperwork, a lot of confusion. So it's easier just to go ahead and move the initial teaching license to a 4-year license. And also, the initial teaching license, after you receive the first one, all you have to do to renew it the second time is submit a fee and an application. That's it. You don't have to meet anything else. So really, we're just getting another fee. So let's make it a 4-year license. And if they need it, it'll cover that 2-year mentoring program without all the additional burden and paperwork that we've required over the last couple of years. And it's a better value for that educator. The temporary non-renewable and the transitional licenses, those would change to 1 calendar year versus 1 school year. And our friend transitional license, we're going to have a little conversation about him here in just a moment. So we have in our regulations a term recency. So it's recent credit or recent accredited experience or recent college credit. And that means you have either one of those completed in the last 6 years. So for our individuals that are applying for their first initial license, so let's say someone completed a program, met all the requirements, life happened, they decided to raise their children, they're looking to come back into the classroom, well, they're not going to qualify for that initial license because they've been out for 6 years, they don't have any recent credit, they don't have any experience. So what we would do is issue them a transitional license. That transitional license would allow them to either gain experience to reinstate their license, or it would allow them to take 8 college credits, which would usually be the cheapest college credits that you could find. There were semester college credits from a regionally accredited university that probably weren't teacher related. Either of those ways to meet recency. So instead of having the transitional license, we just go ahead and issue the initial license because in most cases they're using that experience to upgrade it anyway. So it takes one license off the plate. That causes confusion for people because on the other side I had the temporary non-renewable, we have the transitional. Those are not interchangeable, but districts get very confused, and they both have very specific ways that very specific measures you have to meet to upgrade. So anyway, we're doing removing recency, and the state board did approve, our membership in the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. So recency is not a requirement for that. So an individual could come from out of state, may have been out of the profession for a while, but they had that valid license. We're going to issue one. So once again, a fair system for our Kansas graduates. Now, this isn't an exhaustive list of changes. Like I said, I'm going to be bringing bite-sized things to you at future meetings, but I thought this was a good start for us. But that's it. And look at that. I'm under 20 minutes.
Would you back up to that? Nope, too far. That one.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was the slide I needed.
Oh, there you
so,
go.
Yay. So I was just going to your example of February. I just wondered if it would be easier on schools if when you do a 1 year calendar year license and they do it in February, would it be easier on the schools if you rounded to the next June 31 or the next December 31, depending on what half a year they land in, just so that they don't have a longer term sub and all of a sudden it's gone, right? And that it doesn't interrupt their semesters. I was just thinking that.
Yeah. Still, kind of trying to track that to that level. To us, it's better for the calendar year because there's, when you get within 6 months of that license expiring, and this is true for all of our licenses, it kind of aligns that where you're within 6 months, you can go ahead and submit that application to renew it. It's a way to track that. And, districts are kind of used to that for a lot of the other licenses, except for, obviously these ones that I brought up now.
Okay. Because of the amount of time they have pre-it, because that was a good point, but I hear what you're saying. They have a lengthy amount of time to be able to turn that in, and then it extends it.
Yeah, and
okay.
Once again, a lot of these situations, what's really driving that is those individuals that are applying for that license when they completed their program or just applied after January 1st. So, and there's quite a few folks that do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts? I like it. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Certainly aligns with our model of being nice to people. On the, okay, this was the part, thank you for letting me process for a moment. Mm-hmm. So, where you started in the list of the letters and the aims and all of that, you were talking about PD points? Mm-hmm. So you're saying this, anybody who's gone through these are their PD points for relicensure?
It would essentially be, we would be accepting that because if you complete these programs, you would have the professional development points. So what I didn't discuss is we have a requirement for individuals that have a bachelor's degree, mm-hmm. and it's different for a master's degree. So if you have a bachelor's degree, the requirement is 160 professional development points with 80 coming from college credit. Instead of that college credit requirement, which may once again be, content coursework and something that's not related to your content area or something. These are very specific professional development programs that you're going to hit all three facets of content knowledge, application, and impact. So it's going to be a better suited professional development than some of those other options. So I'm saying if you complete this, we don't care about the college credit. You've met what the state board has asked you, and you supported and did what we said you need to do as part of the school improvement model. So we are rewarding you that you've done this, so we're going to renew your license.
I had never thought about these in relation to licensure. I tend to forget that part about licensure. Mm-hmm. So elevate leadership being in that to help our leaders at the same time.
Yes. So someone, and all these programs are lengthy. It's not you're taking a course that's a couple weeks long or whatnot. Like I said, it's got that application and impact part all tied into it. So that's why we're saying we're going to sacrifice the college credit.
No, I really like that. Okay, Jim?
Just an observation. If you go back in the not too distant past, your department has been one of those that the default was, no, we can't do it. And I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate your leadership when it comes to actually solving problems.
Yes, so appreciated. It's one of the biggies I hear when I'm out and about is how much they appreciate Shane and his department. I hear it a lot. Dennis?
I just have to echo Jim. From a service center director said, this is such a better run department than just in the recent past. So thank you, Shane.
So we also want to thank the commissioner for hiring Shane.
Yes.
So let's give credit.
Thank you.
Maybe not his best hire ever, but hey, I appreciate it.
Shane, I'm going to ask you just a quick personal question
yes, sir.
because we can
no
talk
personal
later.
questions. I'm just kidding.
How does an old guy like me get into a classroom? I've never been a teacher.
Yeah.
I got college hours.
Yeah.
But
emergencies.
I would love to just sit and help and listen to kids, help them read.
Go be a
You
parent.
come talk to me, and I'll tell you how to submit the emergency substitute
That's
license. We'll get you
the
taken
one I
care
was.
of.
I've gone halfway through that darn thing. If I'd go finish it.
Well, yeah.
Shane,
Yes, sir.
on the first part, like the legacy license, we haven't actually put that into regs, correct?
It's
so,
not.
So when will all those things move into the regulation cycle?
So we plan on, little bite chunks by June or so. They'll have the full regulations that we'll be submitting for that next draft for approval. So by June
Okay,
this year.
just so that you know, just use that as an example. So if he brings that to you in June, you're probably looking at June or July of 27 before that actually goes in place because of how long regulations take to get approved.
Yep.
And that would be on a
I know.
fast track.
Which we have seen one of those.
We have seen that.
But it was a strike.
Well, I was going to say, Scott would, no, I'm joking.
Scott's going to
Just
find
trying
the
to
fast
figure
track.
out. I'm trying to figure out when I can get a legacy license is what I'm trying to figure out.
2032. Well, thank you so much. We'll look forward to next month when we can hopefully finish processing that.
Okay. All
Thank
right. Well,
you.
thank you all for your time.
Absolutely. Okay. Up next, Dr. J. Scott, Director of Accreditation and Design, also a board request item of our special schools in KISA.
Yes, our special purpose schools. So
Special purpose
good
schools.
afternoon to, thank you, Chair, Dr. Watson, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to come and share a little bit more about how we're approaching KISA with our special purpose schools. So today is National Inventors Day. And I struggled with choosing that one over Don't Cry Over Spilled Milk Day, but I'm going with inventors.
Okay, but I found one that said that today was National Latte Day.
It is.
And so that's the one. I wasn't fast enough. My brain had already lost it.
I'm not the latte guy.
But I was trying to get you.
but-
You need to try a latte.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah. Anyway, we won't go down that road. But Inventors Day, obviously back in the day there were a lot of things that were invented for the first time. But if you think about things just improving things as inventors or inventive or innovation, now the rapid change of the world with technology, it's like the new things get invented and innovated all the time. And I just want you to know that you just listened to a really innovative approach to licensure, right? You just listened to a very innovative approach to assessment, right? You're now going to listen to a little bit of innovation with accreditation, which those two typically really aren't aligned very often, right? Accreditation, dun, 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 right? With innovation, it's not really. So I just want to applaud the board in leading an innovative effort on school accreditation, system level accreditation. We did a scan across the states when we moved from KISA 1.0 to 2.0, and frankly, there's not a lot going on with accreditation across the states that hasn't been going on for years. And this board has decided that what is important are the 4 fundamentals in accreditation, and how we're doing it is highly collaborative. We want systems meeting together in person, having conversations, and that's a very innovative approach. So appreciate the leadership this board has shown with that. I'm going to take a little bit of time to talk about how we've innovated with a special group of schools, our special purpose schools, moving forward. So today, just a quick overview of the special purpose schools. I apologize, I broke all the conventions of PowerPoint and sent just a bunch of words on slides. I'm not going to go through them, but I wanted you to have those slides so you have a profile of each of the special purpose schools. So I'm not going to spend any time hardly at all. I'm going to breeze through those very quickly. And then I want to talk about how we approached working with our special purpose schools in 2017 to 23 during KSDE 1.0, which I came in on the tail end of that. But I think at the tail end was really where a lot of the issues that we found, the misalignment really kind of manifested itself. And then from the start of KSDE 2.0 to now, how we're working with special purpose schools. So just to be clear, our special purpose schools must seek state accreditation. You know, our private systems, they have the option, but our special purpose schools must seek it because they serve in part, not all, but in part, Kansas public school students. So that's number one, and they are listed there. So Lawrence Gardner High School, some of you have been to their graduation, which is a phenomenal event to attend within the Juvenile Detention Center here in Topeka. They are a Parsons State Hospital School, which is a small school as part of the Parsons State Hospital campus. Heart Spring, which is a large campus in Wichita, and it's the school part of that campus. Lake Mary Center, which is in Paola, a very nice campus to go to, and they are somewhat affiliated with 368 with Paola, the public school, but they are their own operating school. And then obviously, you know, the School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf. So these, again, I'm not going to spend hardly any time on these in the interest of time and your attention span. But Lawrence Gardner, just a little bit about, sorry about that, Danny, just a little bit about each of these systems as we go through. So Parsons State Hospital, just some more statistics about the students that they serve. Heart Spring, you know, ages 5 to 22. And so a lot of, 60% of their students are nonverbal. So just a couple highlights for each of these systems, a lot of information, again, that I'm not going to take time, but you can see that students represent 17 states and Canada, just within the state of Kansas. So Lake Mary, there in Paola, you can see that 25 day students from local public school districts around there, including Blue Springs in Missouri. And then you can see the student population a little bit more about Lake Mary students. And then the School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf, I put them side by side. They both are very similar they have on-campus residential students, and then they have outreach programs across the state that reach hundreds of students. So just a quick overview of those systems. So let me talk a little bit about, and remember Arnold mentioned this earlier, the square peg in a round hole, that's exactly what you stole my thunder, but we talked about, it's exactly really kind of how we approached special purpose schools with KSDE 1.0. They had the exact same expectations and standards for outcomes and reporting as our public schools did. Now the reporting works, right? But the outcomes did not work. I came before this board and I would recommend systems or special purpose schools that were accredited with conditions or conditionally accredited based on high school graduation. And even the ARC, who made the recommendation, was saying, why are we laying these standards for public schools onto our special purpose schools? It's really not relevant, right, or appropriate. So we decided to do something different with KSDE 2.0. I do want to remind the board that every student in a special purpose school, except for Lawrence Gardner High School, every school is all IEP students. 100% IEP students in our special purpose schools. Lawrence Gardner does have a blend of IEP and non-IEP students that they serve. So we decided to do something a little different with 2.0, not only really in how we approached the special purpose schools, but also the what. So the what are the four fundamentals: outcomes and compliance. So in KESA 2.0, the four fundamentals and compliance, same standards apply to our special purpose schools as all the rest of our schools, right? Outcomes, we are looking at some alternative metrics that fit more appropriately and are more relevant to the type of education that special purpose systems provide and the goals of that education. So I'm going to be bringing to the board in April. I've already talked to Deborah about this. I've got on the agenda for April. We want to share with you the special purpose schools. We've been working together for the last 2 years to develop an alternative metric to high school graduation and post-secondary effectiveness. So, and it's about an assessment, and it's really about life and employability skills, right? That they work on consistently with students in those special purpose schools. And this is a universal assessment, so it's every 6 of the system's schools are agreeing to use it. And we want to share with the board for your approval that to be an alternative metric for that outcome. Okay, now we're still working on state assessments, right? But then you throw into it, now we're talking about innovative assessments instead of state assessments, right? So a lot of that has to get worked out. And so I just want the board to know the special purpose schools are not asking for concessions. This is very rigorous work, okay? They are all in on the four fundamentals. Remember, Haas was there at the school improvement day in October with our special purpose schools. They're all in on those. They're not all in on compliance, but they have to do it, okay? That's pretty much everybody. But on the outcome side, they're really thinking about what are outcomes that are appropriate and relevant and rigorous for our students. So you're going to hear more about that in April. I'll be excited for them to come and share that moving forward. The other part of it, the how, is we're working in cohorts. So when the special purpose school they get together at their school improvement day. They also, in between there, we check in with them, and I know for sure they are connecting outside their school improvement day. Like this group is growing together, right? And before they were kind of working on their own, so that collaborative spirit has kind of taken over. And so we just want the board to be aware of that's how we're really approaching special purpose schools as we move forward. So that's it. Does anybody have any questions on that, on our approach with special purpose schools?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's kind
Great.
of our pre to what's coming.
Yep.
But knowing that you're working very hard to find the right metric, the right way to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Very important work. The last thing, go ahead.
Well, you know, Jay, and I think this is true for all of you. When you said other than Lawrence Gardner, which are adjudicated students, all these students 100% have an IEP. One of the challenges, I think, anywhere with IEP students, especially those that are multiply handicapped or severely handicapped, which many of these schools serve, is what is the ceiling? And then how do you monitor that, right? So I know that John Hardy's been in front of you and said, look, our kids can do more than sheltered workshop type work, but they have to be given the opportunity. So we wouldn't want to set that as the bar because, right? And yet it's so different in these environments that you can't set the same bar. And so I think, Jay, I appreciate you and Myron and the team struggling with this, of how to really, we need to set a high bar and expectation, but a realistic one, and that's hard.
Yeah. And that's where the group is really excited to come before the board and have this conversation, because we've been doing a lot of work for the last couple of years, and the time has come to really engage with the board around that work.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll say is just a plug for the school improvement days. I know Chair Hopkins joined me at Hayes a couple weeks back. I was able to go to Salina yesterday for another one. I would encourage you to attend one of those.
Yes, or two.
They're in a location near you, right? They are spread out throughout the state. One of the things that really stood out to me about the last two is the power of positive peer pressure. So when you have to stand up as a system in front of your peers and you have to share this is how things went, that's not that's a lot different than putting something down on paper and having somebody in Topeka read what you're doing. So at Hayes specifically, we had a system that shared out, and it was lights out. I mean, standards alignment. This is a small system, but they have got it locked in, and they are doing great things.
It was amazing.
And then the system that came up after it was kind of hard for them. They weren't as prepared. They found out pretty quickly, without even having to say anything, that they were not going at the pace that they needed to, and nobody really had to say anything. They just figured that out. So I think that's that school improvement day culture is really important. And then the one I saw yesterday, I wanted every one of those systems to present at the annual conference. They really are doing the depth of the work, right, into it is really amazing that they're getting to. So really good things. I just encourage you to attend one if you get a chance. We got a lot more to go. So
yeah, I know I've got to get on the list.
So Jay, I'm just thinking, to entice, to have future school improvement groupies like Kathy, is maybe get some T-shirts, like World Tour 2026. Yes. And then, Michelle could get a T-shirt if she goes, right?
Right.
And that might
all
encourage
wear
people.
them at the board meetings, and we show
that idea.
Show the love. No, they are powerful, and I learn something every time. Like just that better understanding of what our districts are doing and how KISA is working. And the one you already talked about with the standards alignment, I mean, it was truly mind-blowing. Mm-hmm. And the part that finally, I don't know, I'm just slow sometimes maybe, but the connection of curriculum versus standards, and that curriculum has to be the tool to get to the standards. And understanding that a lot of our schools don't know how. They don't know. And there's so much work in that. And I know we have toolkits there to help them, to assist along the way. And then at another district I was in last Friday, when the teacher is teaching, it literally says on there the standard she's teaching. Like they've got right at the end of her little deal, this is this grade, the standard, the whole thing. Like she knows exactly what she's doing. Like that was just really powerful because it's keeping their minds going. Like, and also trying to understand that the standards are concepts. Like it's not curriculum, it's concepts. But it's just getting all of those pieces together and getting a greater understanding and just watching them work hard and struggle through. I mean, it is. It's a struggle. School improvement's hard. Dennis?
Where do we get the schedule?
It's online. And the schedule itself, the date is linked to the registration link. So if you want to eat lunch, you need to register and you need to go through Deborah.
Yeah.
All right. I've been trained to say that.
Yes.
So make sure that you go through the proper channels.
Yeah.
And we'll send that out in the Friday note just so you kind of have maybe the upcoming ones.
I've seen it in the past.
Yeah, we'll do it again. We'll do it again for you.
On the home page, it says accreditation on the right. But
And it makes a huge difference when you're there. I'll just say that. It does make a huge difference for you being there.
It's really huge.
And to their credit, they talked about this system that we were talking about that did such a great job. They even said, our teachers are not excited about this work. It's not because it's not exciting work. It's standards, it's curriculum, it's getting into the weeds. It's very hard work. So they're not excited about it, but they know that they need to do it. So it's really important work. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will see you in April. We have the warning now. Okay. Next up, we're going to move into our commissioner search and our update from the search firm, Hazard Young and Atia Associates. And Frank Henderson, please come forward, sir. We're getting Max McGee and Mike Ritchie. I always say his name online. There they are. Gentlemen,
Hey, how's it going?
so sorry for the delay. So sorry for the delay.
No problem at all. I know you've been busy, and we appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Well, good afternoon.
Go.
Thank you for having us. It's always a delight to come before the board. Now, I'll have to say it's really been a pleasure conducting the search. And, of course, this isn't something we want to do 2 years from now again, but it's really been a delight. It's been fun. The board and the staff have been phenomenal to work with. truly phenomenal. And even when we did the focus groups across the state, we hear that same message, and that is, you have a great team. You have a group that truly cares about what's best for kids. And it makes it very, very easy in conducting a search when we have that cooperation and that one-mindedness. So I commend you for the work you're doing, because the decisions that you've made, your policies, impact kids. And those in the field see the state board and the State Department of Education as partners, someone who's working with us to be able to provide the best opportunities for all kids. And of course, Commissioner Watson is always praised across the state. They're like, just keep him. I said, yeah, we wish we could. So anyway, Max and Mike, my colleagues, are joining us online, and I want to say things are going very, very well. Just to go through the schedule a little bit, January 26th is when you received the leadership profile report. That was presented to you electronically. You should have that in your board portfolio, in your board portal. And that's a result, of course, of our work across the state and talking with folks and talking with your stakeholders. And again, very, very positive in terms of the work that you are doing. Our next meeting, of course, is March 3rd, because we have been actively and very aggressively recruiting, and there is a great deal of interest. Mike and Max, I think both have said at the beginning, a lot of times candidates will wait till the very end to submit their application. So we have a number of them that are in the portal where we can see they've begun, but they haven't actually submitted yet. And so that's fine, just as long as we get those before the deadline. And also on March 3rd, when we present the slate, a couple of things that the board will have to be thinking about then, of course. One, determining who they want to advance for the first round of interviews. And then also, when they do get to the final interviews, what they want those final interviews to look like, what the day would look like for the candidates and those finalists. So at this point, I'm going to hand this off to Max, and he wants to discuss some other things with you.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much, Frank, and hello to everyone, and look forward to seeing you in person on March 3rd when we present the slate, and then, of course, for the interviews as well. A couple things. First, if there are any questions about the leadership profile, the report that you want to ask now, I'd be glad to take them, or certainly via email. But the second is we would like to extend the deadline for applications one business day until midnight on Monday the 15th. We usually close applications on Monday to give applicants the weekend anyway, because sometimes a crisis arises in their current position. And as Frank said, most candidates wait till the last moment. I know we have several viable applicants that are actually watch your meeting today to see if they would learn anything new. And also, we are just now hearing back from referrals for some of our network. I actually had 2 conversations with viable candidates over the last 24 hours on when we reached out to network folks a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and now, sometimes they don't get to who they think would be viable right away, blah, blah, blah. And the fact is that we would then inform everyone in our pipeline that they would have until midnight on Monday. So we're only asking, again, an extension of one business day to complete their applications. We find that
Max, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Max, my understanding by the timeline is that they have until February 17th, and I don't know what day of the week that is, but that's what our timeline
That's even better then. I thought it was February February
the Tuesday?
17th is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely great. We had for whatever reason, I see February 13th is posted. I hate to say it, but that's on on our H1A website, and I
Okay.
thought
Well, our
February
actual-
13th is kind of bad juju anyway.
Yeah,
Friday
our
the 13th.
timeline shows the 17th, which is what I have verbally told people, so,
I'll make
okay.
sure, I'll let the candidates know,
Okay.
and we will change it forthwith. So
Okay,
you
perfect.
can, we'll dismiss that request. Thank you for pointing that out, and I'm so sorry. But one of the folks this morning said, "Do I really just have till Friday the 13th?" And I said, "Well, I'll have to check with the board." So that was all I had to say. But as Frank said, we have some great candidates in the pipeline, and we'll make sure that February 17th is clear to one and all. Thanks, Kathy.
Kathy, no
And
wonder
again,
you're
if there's any
chair.
questions
You're
on
the
the- on
problem
the
solver.
leaders- Yeah, that's right. And if there's any questions now on the leadership profile report, I'd be glad to take those.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments about the report? Hopefully everybody's had a chance to review it. Okay, it was pretty straightforward, I felt like. We're all good? Okay, you may continue.
Okay, and Mike, did you have any comments you'd like to share this afternoon?
Not at this time, thanks.
Okay. I don't know about that, but we get to see you. So anyway, with the timeline then, January 17th.
February.
I mean, yeah. See, now you got me mixed up. February 17th. January 17th. What am I talking? This is February.
This is February.
17th as the closing date. We have March 11th and 12th slated as days for first round interviews, beginning with the afternoon of the 11th and continuing with the morning of the 12th.
Yes.
Okay. And then, of course, the 31st is when we will bring them into the district, and we'll determine then on March 3rd what that date is going to look like for those finalists. Okay? And that's something that you want to be able to talk about your March 3rd board meeting. So the 31st will be the finalists. Your board will interview and select a preferred candidate. Then we begin the process of the employment contract, the deep background check, making sure there is absolutely nothing whatsoever that could pop up. That would be an embarrassment. And then the board approval of the top candidate and the formal appointment at your April board meeting.
Okay.
And hopefully then the new commissioner will be able to start July 1.
Okay. So any questions, comments about the whole process? Okay, I got a couple, looks like Betty.
Okay, I was actually sitting here clicking when you were acknowledging me. So my understanding, and I may have this off, but are you not slated to work with the board to help develop the questions?
On the 3rd.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. When we meet on March 3rd, we will talk about the entire interview process. We will actually ask for questions for the board to submit to us, and we'll basically lay out what that day will look like. Absolutely. And then when the interview day comes, we will be there with you during the interview as well.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. Just
Yeah, we're with you through this entire process because we want this to go as smoothly as possible, and we want to ensure that you have whatever tools you need and whatever information that you need so you can make the best decision possible.
Yeah, I was really kind of.
I wanted to, if I could add something, Frank. Potter, I wanted to add that at that meeting, we will have drafted questions, look for scenarios and rubrics for you, sample ones that you can choose from. And as Frank said, you will also be able to submit your own, and we'll collate, compile, and have a process for determining those questions. But we'll also have potential ones drafted off what we have learned from the leadership profile report.
Okay. Okay. Jim?
Yeah, at some point, of course, compensation is not going to be the first priority, but that's important to everybody. And I was just wondering, I've seen some applications that say, what are your salary requirements? I wonder if something like that would be valuable information. First of all, is it legal? And secondly, is it something that would be valuable for a second? If somebody wants $3 million, we're probably going to have to take that in consideration.
Probably.
Did you want to address that, Max?
Yes, we share with the candidates what, I know the board discussed a range at their meeting. We share that range with the candidates as they are applying. They generally ask us, so we don't see the need to necessarily to post it, but really more to the point, we know there are superintendents in the country making north of $350 and even $400,000, and we share the date, and I know I personally share that when I took a pay cut, and as did Dr. Watson, when we became commissioners and state superintendents, because of the rewards and the opportunities that the job offered. So as of yet, we have not had anyone decline to apply because of the salary range.
Okay.
However, of course, every candidate expects the salary to be reasonable and commensurate with the job and with the experience.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you want, if we have 2 or 3 questions that we've been thinking of and kind of crafting on our own, do you want those before March 3rd so that you can look those over and present those to the board as a whole, or do we present them at that time, or?
Okay, Max, do you want those questions presented on March 3rd or beforehand?
Both. If you have them, we'll take them anytime, and I'll include those in our packet. We'll have like a list here, our HYA 10, 15 sample questions. Here are ones that have already been generated by board members.
Yeah.
So if you have some questions that you want to email us now or any time between now and March 3rd, then we will take those.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah, and you can send those to all of us or just to me. I'm in, that'll be my department in charge of the questions for that session. So that's a great question. Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else for the moment? All right. Well, we will see all of you in person even on March 3rd. I think we start at 10 a.m. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you for coming, Frank.
Much.
I appreciate your
bet.
physical
Always.
presence, and thank you, gentlemen, for appearing via Zoom.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye now.
Bye-bye. Okay. Do we need a break before we? Yeah. Okay. Let's take 10 minutes and we'll be back at 1:48 by my computer. Okay. Okay, back from break. We're going to finish board business with our committee reports, chair report, acting on the travel requests, future agenda item request, and then we're going to flow into our discussion as Betty requested that we added to the agenda. Okay, committee reports. Legislatively, Frank got to do it for us. So Beryl has testified a couple of times. We did some written for today since we weren't able to be there. Master Teachers Program at Emporia State. Beryl, is that something I understand that you did?
Yes, so we met last Wednesday, I believe, and we reviewed the 21 recommended master teachers from across our state, and we selected the top 7, I believe. So outstanding, all of the 20 of the 21 would represent us well as master teachers, but there were some who had been recommended that may not be ready quite yet. So I think we have a lot to look forward to and a lot to be proud of.
All right. Dennis, you look like you were ready to say something. Did you have something? Otherwise, I'm just using my list.
Yes. Ag in the Classroom had our quarterly board meeting, and it was just pretty much policy and stuff. And then right at the end, Nancy, who is the executive director, she told us how Casey Sproul, if you remember the Ag in the Classroom Teacher of the Year that we saw in video, she's taking a sabbatical and doing a master's, and she's creating a 7-week curriculum for early reading learners using Ag info. So, I mean, using her, that's her passion, and just watching and hearing from the teachers, especially the guy that taught us, that used that in his PE class.
Yes.
I just think that maybe in October, I'm kind of coupling this with agenda, that she should be done with it by then, and back in the classroom, maybe we can have her present in October, which is Ag Month. But I'll keep you updated as to how that's going, but that would be fun to see what she's created for early learners.
Okay. Anybody else? Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that you heard it yesterday, and I know that you got a Valentine yesterday, but I'm going to say it again. The Kansas Volunteer Commission is inviting the entire board to lunch next month. So on our Tuesday board meeting, March 10th, it is their day at the Capitol, and so they will be there. Members of the commission will be there all day talking to legislators and explaining what the commission does, just kind of answering questions. And then they've invited us for a free lunch. We don't get very many of those around here, so maybe we can all travel over together as a board. But that's noon-ish on the 10th, next month in March.
Yes, I think that would be lovely.
Save the date, and you don't have to pack a lunch or go anywhere.
Or go spend any money, exactly. Has there been any other meetings? Anybody? There's an Interstate Migrant Education Committee. Jim, did you do something? No, you're good.
It's
ready
next
to
week.
Do that. That's next week. Okay. If I'd have finished reading my note, I would have been there. Anything on the School for the Deaf search? I know you kind of talked about it in your presentation. So have you guys met?
We have not met because we're getting applicants, and then as soon as that window closes, then we'll get the team together, look over those, and set up interviews. And
Is there any recruiting going on? Do you?
a little bit.
A little bit. Feel free to recruit. Teacher Vacancy Supply Committee. I know Debbie was not feeling well apparently that day. But what we did is primarily went over the EPIC, which I can't read out what that means, but it's that retention survey that they've been doing, I think, the last couple of years. Educator, that is really tiny font, sorry. 2025 Kansas Teacher Retention Survey. This was a summary that we went through together and had a lot of good conversations around that. And I think, what did she tell me? It's going to be coming our way as well as a board presentation. So it was that talking about it and really looking at the different things I think one of the things I asked, and I don't know if it's something they can do in the future, is if they were separating out when they're talking to teachers, if they came straight out of, went high school to college, became a teacher, or if they did the transition to teach. I would be curious to know if there's a difference in retention rate depending on those pathways, if that matters. Or, the apprenticeship, or, because they all have a little different flavor to them, and it might help inform us some things as well. Anyway, not at this moment anyway, but maybe that's something they can do in the future. And another plug for school improvement days, because they're just pretty amazing. I think as far as committee reports, anybody else? We're all good? Okay. Kelly Cheney, who was in front of us earlier with the Child Nutrition and Wellness, needs one board member to participate in a school breakfast waiver review committee. So the explanation is, historically, the committee consisted of one state board member, 3 stakeholders from outside KSDE, and one of her staff. This committee has not met in the past 3 years because all public schools were serving breakfast, but now pre-K students participating in school programs are being counted on September 20th and must be offered breakfast, so there is now the need to start the school breakfast waiver process. The committee plans to meet in person in May and make decisions that would then be given to the state board to act on. So I'm just saying, let me know if you have an interest to be a part of that, and that would be a kind of a one-time thing, maybe? Well, it might be ongoing. Huh? Annually. Okay, so it'll be a once-a-year thing. So if you have any interest in that, looks like the time frame would be sometime in May at this point. So please let me know. Okay. Beyond that, oh, and I did want to just continue to remind the Horizon Awards Banquet is here in Topeka, February 20th. It's like a noon to 2 p.m. time frame. I cannot be there. I'll be at a professional standards board meeting here in town, but unable to be there. So anybody that can, I think Danny said he was planning to come. I think Beryl said she could. So anybody that can come and represent the state board in the midst of that with our great, and I think these are, second-year teachers? Second-year teachers who have been seen as really great teachers. So there's that. Always lots to do. Okay. Yes, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Watson, do you want to go over what was brought to our attention as far as Keisha in March that we might have to address?
We're going to do that in March.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have anything on Keisha, and I don't think he does as well.
Okay. Okay, let's go to board travel requests. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at that in your packet. If you have any questions or comments, okay, then I would receive a motion to approve those. Betty, second. Michelle, all in favor? That would be a 10-0 vote. And let's go ahead and do our future agenda item requests. Crickets? Yes, Betty?
Just real briefly and kind of food for thought, so there's no immediate need for this, and it really just involves the board. I do feel that, we look at the licensure of our teachers and and look at how important professional development is. Professional development is also important for the board, and I would love if we looked at how this does not take away from NASB, but even looking at a representative of NASB that could meet with us in a retreat as an entire board. That's just a possibility to help us develop boardsmanship, because there are a lot of critical matters that we take a look at, and our position and understanding how a board operates. So, if you don't go to the mountain, bring the mountain to you, or however that is. I think that if we could look at that at some point, that would be, I had another one, but I'll save that one for March because I can't remember what it is. Thank you.
Okay, Michelle, is your name on for this? No?
Oh,
Okay,
you left that up from earlier. from-
Okay.
From my Keisha question.
gotcha. Dennis?
Well, I'm really passionate about history and the country celebrating 250 years. I would just like to see
Thank
us
you
do
for
something
bringing that.
special in July. And I don't know what that looks like, but working with Nathan maybe, History Department. You know, we had a president, came from our state. We have a museum, a presidential library and stuff just down the road. I just don't know. There's a lot of ideas in my head, but there's other people that probably have better ones. So, the other thing is, I was looking at this, and I'm just really concerned somewhat.
What is this?
Called.
What are you looking at?
The Kansas Materials Data Collection Draft Report. And we got this, it was published in December. And the science courses that districts look at, a bunch of them are not rated, does not meet expectations. And I had a short conversation with Dr. Nugent yesterday about that, and she's concerned about this also. I would like to have her come and just to give us her impression or what we can do going forward to find good. And math and English seem to be covered pretty well, but science is really deficient. I was just surprised at the difference. So I think I would just like to hear from her on that. And kind of tagging onto that, this is just a relationship I developed traveling my district. There's an older man. I don't know that he was an educator, but he's very well, his interest has been, as a hobby, gathering fossils throughout the state. And he had a ranch in the northwest part of the state that there was a bunch of digs done there, and they gave him all of a bunch of artifacts, fossils that he collected. And maybe I can talk to you, some of the leadership about this later, but that's just a unique thing that happened right here in Kansas, and he has this really cool collection.
Very
So
nice.
maybe we can have him come sometime in relationship to science. We might couple those things together. I'm just throwing that out there. So.
Thinking out loud. Jim?
I don't know whether this is a agenda request or something maybe the department can address, but at our breakfast meeting yesterday,
Thank you.
As we left, or after we kind of broke up, I was sat at the table with the superintendent of the Lutheran schools. And he was telling me that he has no authority. I mean, it's a title thing. He is not an educator, he's a minister, but he is in fact the superintendent of the Lutheran schools, and that their schools are autonomous. And so to have a district-wide system from across the state is something that was difficult for them. And I would like to at least put on somebody's agenda, maybe we ought to look at, we just saw some real creative ways to deal with licensure, that maybe if there was a way that whether the department or we could address some of those concerns, because they sounded legitimate to me.
Yeah, me as well. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay. I think that's a good idea for a discussion, how we start that and where we end it, not sure, but thank you. It looks like that's everything there. Okay.
And seems to me I know we're not responsible for curriculum, but I'm tagging off on what Melanie was talking about yesterday. We have 18 million pages of stuff, curriculum that schools can do. And that's a lot of work for them to know if it works. So and I don't know, maybe we're out of our, but should we squeeze that down where all this curriculum meets standards for this, and the school district just knows they can pick that, which would save them some administration of things.
Yeah.
So let me address that in two ways, Danny. The list, first of all, the list that we have out there now, which is the at-risk, what you can use for at-risk, is a list, of course, that's by statute, and that's a pretty big list.
Yeah.
But it's supplemental.
Yeah, it's an intervention.
But what we're working on is a core. Like, what do I use in core mathematics, for example? They mentioned wit and wisdom, Olathe is using in language arts. And so very soon, literally in the next month or so, we will be able to present to you a map of what every school district is currently using, when they adopted, when they're planning to adopt new, and that, to go to Dennis's comment, which is high quality, which is not, and that we can probably support some number, 3 to 5, and if you were to choose one of those that are high quality, then we could support that. We're also looking early stages. If you're not doing well, we may require you to choose one of those within a range. So we're not telling you which ones to choose, but saying you probably want to choose within, a smaller number, I think is what you're asking. So Renee is going to be prepared to talk to you about that, if not March and April.
Yeah, that's my mind going, simple.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these school districts, it would take some burden off of them to
know what
That's right.
curriculum.
That's where, and then they could concentrate on the things they needed to not.
That's right. So I think the balance is us not dictating which one, but helping already vet a handful of those and saying, these we know are really good quality. You may want to start there, because so many of our districts, remember, the median size is 500. They're just having a group of teachers get together. Vendors come in and say, pick us, pick us, pick us.
Yes.
And it's really hard, and it's very time consuming. Yeah. And so we're going to try to help in that endeavor without being over prescriptive.
Yeah, because in today's world, it seems like the curriculum people are telling us what it is, and maybe we need to vet it more, because I'm not sure I even trust the curriculum people. The vendors,
Right.
Yeah, this is it online here. Now, do you have a book that goes with it? Some things like
The
that.
vendors are salespeople.
Yeah,
That's their job,
I
to sell
know.
the thing. And so you're right to be suspicious.
Yeah. Well, and also it would be, one of the things that I was hearing at the school improvement day I was at was that the struggle a district had in onboarding a new curriculum, because they weren't getting the support from the publisher, from the vendor, that they should have been getting. So it would be nice if we could somehow help, because a little district doesn't have a big voice in that, right? Whereas you've got I think it was even a Dodge City that Jay spoke to me, that, like you said, they had a demand on, like, here's the 3 we're looking at, and this is what we expect from you. Otherwise, you're off our list, because they're spending a lot more money, so they have weight with it. So I don't know how that could happen, but it would be nice if we could help them have more weight to support them. Okay. Yes.
And this is not an agenda request, but I'm kind of looking, even on today's, and we're pretty close, it says adjourn at 1:55. I am wondering on Wednesdays, if we have meetings that are going to extend this much past lunch, if we could just figure out where it's a 15, 20-minute break to allow us to run upstairs and grab a sandwich or
Sure.
something, that when you're looking at this, if we're going to run to 2 or whatever.
Hard part is we try to plan it to not.
Yeah, but I mean, you're saying on here already that it was set, and we're pretty close to that. I just think that if we could figure out a break where it would allow us to.
A little more, about 20 to 30 minutes even.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, on to the added item that was asked for and voted for.
Did we do board travel?
Yes, we did board travel. We're good. So I am considering, here, I needed to I want everybody to have, I don't know how many I have. Do I have enough? A copy of what is the current open forum policy. So we can make sure we're all looking at the exact same thing, because I'm sure not everybody has their full book with them. So what I'm considering is a 1-minute give your perspective of what is, what did Betty say, general public, and what we're using the open forum podium for. So, and Betty, because you brought this forward, I was going to give you the first minute, but I'm literally going to time it to keep us under control. And then if we need more after that, that's completely fine. But I just want to, so that everybody has a voice who wants one. So we're going to start there, okay? So Betty,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you. And actually, I'm going to be really pretty quick. I do believe it does, in policy, make a clear distinction. Board members are not general public, so my position would be that Citizen Open Forum is strictly for public and not board members.
Okay. Perfect. Who wants to weigh in next? Melanie?
I agree with Betty. We have also had speakers come for public comment who are legislators from across the street, particularly this time of year when they're in session. And we always tell them, we'd be happy, like when I sat in the chair, we'd be happy to get you a slot on our agenda. And so I think that kind of making sure that when someone does come that we feel deserves special treatment, if you will, that we deliver that message and that we do try to get them in particular onto the agenda if necessary. But otherwise, I stand by the general public. Is for general public. We have privilege as board members. We get to sit here. This is our privilege. So at the end of the meeting, when we get to have these conversations, I believe that that's the place where discussion should occur.
I agree.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in? Because this is something we need to clarify, and that's what the request was, and that's what I want this time to be used for.
I'm more about board members, I guess it's almost been a year and a half ago, we put at the end of the board meeting, board member comments. And personally, I haven't seen people
use it.
So if you have some, I did, but yes, but I'm just, it's there. And so that is the time that I believe that you could, if you got something going on, that's your time.
Okay. Michelle?
So to tap onto that, what you said last month, I think you spent about maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes, just voicing your concerns for the last 2 days of board meetings and then over time. So what I'm asking too is then we don't expect follow-up or discussion. We just might want to make a statement, kind of like you did last month. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm okay, yes, and I don't, if the board wants to have a discussion at that point, I personally don't have a problem with that, but that, you know, because, I mean, I think it seems like we sometimes don't have a chance to do those things because all the stuff we're doing.
Right.
So
A lot going on.
I mean, I have no problem, again, we'll have to get out for lunch, so if we start doing that, but
Okay.
no, I personally don't have a problem discussing that stuff.
Okay. Darryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a great opportunity for those of us who are new to the board to really get clarity on what our actual role is. And I think in the policy, it makes it very clear that the board is a single unit, but then a citizen speaker is something or someone separate from the unit of the board. So I appreciate this language because it, to me, delineates the difference between we as a board who are hearing from a citizen speaker.
Okay. And Dennis?
Yeah, I feel strongly about protecting the general public of having their block of time. And I mean, I personally got up there with Debbie on, was it January's? And
No. It's
oh,
October.
it was last year.
September, October.
October after Charlie Kirk's assassination. And that was kind of a special moment. But I think, and honestly, I think that was important, but at the same time, I think that block of time for citizens, or for, you know, for the general public, we advertise that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we need to protect that. And I like the idea then of having, if we're gonna have extended, if we have things we need to talk about, then let's just extend our Wednesday like we're doing now.
Mhm.
I feel pretty strongly that way.
Okay.
And I think the policy is good.
Okay.
Madam Chair, or Debbie?
Yeah, give me just a sec. I've been trying to use this thing because I realized we were getting a little wordier than I realized. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate what Danny said. I think that the board member comment time is a really great time for that. I have also used it. What I found, though, is that when a board member wants to express an opinion, and it's great to have conversations, but a lot of times I think I go with Michelle. If I'm, especially like when I was making my comments, because my comments are specifically, I still don't know why I got that packet. I still do not know why. And so when I, as a board member, during that board comment time, try to say something, I'm probably going to have an answer to what I'm saying referred to the lawyer, who's going to say what his part is, and then I'm not going to get to respond. So I would, if I am having that time during the board comment period, at least for me, I want my comment to just be just like the open comments that the citizens get, is questions can be for clarification or such.
Okay. And that makes sense. And I'm going to refrain. Okay. So, Jim, yes.
I agree. I've always been uncomfortable. It's happened 4 times in the almost 12 years I've been here, and I was always concerned that it wasn't for us; it was for the public. But on the side of the page that talks about the announcement that you make,
Yeah, I think.
according to state policy, we ask each speaker to focus their remarks only on issues or topics. I think that needs to be expanded, related to the mission or something like that.
Yeah, I
because
agree.
instead of just saying anything, I think we need to clear that up. And I think that the chair needs to have the opportunity to stop anything that's inappropriate. And I will say now that I will support the chair anytime she has to do that.
Thank you. What I did yesterday was actually read the first sentence out of policy for open forum, and I think that's really important. It's something that kind of hit me too late probably, but making sure that what we are putting out to the public is what our policy says and that we're being very solid about that. Betty? Before you do, if I could, anybody who has not spoken yet, okay, Connie, do you have a comment?
On the public forum.
Correct. Whether this policy reads how you interpret it to read.
I just thought they'd get up and read their statement, whatever they were going to present. They had 3 minutes. And if we could ask clarifying questions. We're not supposed to ask anything that doesn't relate to that. So I don't have a problem.
Right, but the question is whether board members considered to be general public in this situation, since we are the board receiving information from the public. So we're trying to clarify whether the podium during Citizens Open Forum is for the board.
I didn't know the board members had a comment period. So that's new to me. That would be the place for them to make the comments. I didn't know that was in policy, so just ignorance on my part.
Okay, before we go ahead, Mark, if you want to.
I will circulate a case that I think helps with some discussion by the United States District Court of Kansas in August 5th of 2022, case of Gilmore versus Beveridge. Just point out that the issue related to Citizens Open Forum has to do with a specific description that it's a limited public forum. It's a legal doctrine under the First Amendment rather than really parliamentary procedure. So of all the areas of law that public bodies have to deal with, this is one that's been heavily litigated, and there's some clear parameters. And so the only change I would suggest to the language is that it include the similar language from the policy itself, which is germane to the issue, to the business of the board, which is a term of art or a phrase that's already been approved by the courts and challenges to things. So I'll circulate that and be happy to work with you on any other changes. But in my opinion, it's clear that this is not for board members. It's a limited public forum for citizens to address the body.
Correct. Okay. Yes.
Okay. If I could, and actually, I appreciate where you're coming from, Debbie, on that. And honestly, and this is something what I say from professional development, I had asked about appointing a parliamentarian or someone. And I know, just based on what I read, that it really was to point out some policy violations. So for you, I mean, that. Well, let me finish. I mean, I'm not trying to say there is or isn't. I'm talking about what the intention was, which was just to point out those areas that were a concern. And if we had somebody appointed as parliamentarian, which I had asked for, or whatever, when a board member, and I think that, and I pretty much know that's the role that Mark was trying to serve in, is just point out those areas of concern. And unfortunately, it came across to you as an attack, at least based on what you were saying. That's how you perceived it. And I don't believe that was anybody's intention. And I am really sorry that you felt that way, because there's nothing worse than feeling like you're being attacked. But the idea was to point out, just like what we're saying here, that this is set up to do this. There's no whatever, and there's no room for personal attack. That falls under our procedures. And so there's a whole host of things in policy that we take a look at. And when you're brand new, sometimes you don't know, and I think that really was the intent. So from my perspective, and me alone, I don't feel the idea was to attack you or make you feel bad, and I'm sorry you did, but we do have policies and guidelines that the entire board has to adhere to, and that's just me saying that to you.
Okay. So in this...
Can I respond? I've got my name up.
Yes, I mean, when you say...
Yeah, I say I put my name on there. Thank you, Madam Chair. So those letters of concern were not associated with violations of policy, but I will say that that was an action taken to provide that packet to me, to hand deliver that packet to me. Wait a second. I did not get that packet from this board. That packet did not come from this board.
Yes, Debbie, I'm not saying we won't go there, but
why
I
is there
am
a
saying...
point of order? This is why you want open forum speaking, because I get
Point of
interrupted.
order, we've left the topic.
Correct.
And
thank you. We have, the topic is open. No, not the why. The fact that open forum is to be used for one purpose, and that is for the general public. No, ma'am.
And when am I to ask about the packet? When am I to ask? Because Jim did not give me that packet. Michelle did not give me that packet. Betty, Connie, Melanie, Dennis,
Debbie
Earl did not give me that packet.
Debbie.
Who gave me the packet and why? And
I am
whose
asking
authority?
you to stop so that we can stay on this topic in this moment and deal with what we said we are doing.
Well, then I'm calling a point of order that I received a packet that this board did not act on.
We are staying on topic at this moment to talk about the Citizens Open Forum, the policy in place, and if it is clear as written, or if we need to make some changes so that we have clarification. I have heard everybody understands this, or at least the majority, that this is for the general public to speak to the board. The board is the 10 of us at this table, which means we are not in this room the general public. We are the board. So if we need to take a vote to make sure we're all on that page, I'm fine with that. But that's what Betty asked for, the discussion for a clarity of interpretation of the policy. So that's what I am trying to stay on in this moment. So, am I correct in my consensus, or does somebody want to make a motion and we will take a vote? I'm fine with either way.
I would like to make a motion that we look at the Citizens Forum in a very specific naming of the general public as being the recipients of that time, and that we establish then a time at the end of our board meeting for board members to voice personal or to voice to have their time to voice to the board, to the rest of the board, and that we separate those two things so that it's clear that the policy speaks for the general public to have their block of time that's on our agenda. Mm-hmm. I think that's what we want to do.
Okay, so can I help phrase that to say that you agree with the clarity of the policy being the interpretation is general public is not the board?
No, he said and
yeah,
yes,
I'm trying to get a clearness because there was a lot of words. I'm sorry.
In this venue, in this time frame of Kansas State Board of Education board meetings, the time frame on the agenda for the Citizens Forum is specifically for general public, not board members.
Okay.
We have our own privileges.
Okay.
But I've had to look at this as a very clear separation that we are an entity
That the public is
and
speaking to.
that we give them a privilege to come before us to speak to issues that have to do with education, concerns they have,
Germane
and
to the
that's
board. Okay.
that's what we need to.
May
Point
I
of
have a
clarification.
second?
Point
May
of
I have-
clarification. Point of clarification.
I'm trying.
He had said also that the board would have its separate time to have its open forum, member open forum. You said that in the first venue. The
Okay.
first rendition, it got left out.
Okay. We got way too much going on.
We have it right here on.
It is on the agenda, and we will make sure it is always on the agenda. So
Do we need two motions?
No.
I mean,
I am looking for a motion
Okay.
that is about the clarity of this policy, period. I need it to stay right there.
okay.
So no, ma'am.
So I separate out this extra time that we have that we're exercising right now.
No.
I want the motion to only apply and describe the period of time on the agenda as Citizens Forum, which is labeled that way, for general public use only. I'll just stop there, but that's the motion.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to decide if that's a clear motion, to be honest with you. Yes, Deborah, would you please?
Dennis Hirschberger moved that the agenda item named Citizens Forum is specifically for the general public use only.
That works. Betty seconds. All in favor? Or unless we have more discussion. Melanie, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I wrote down as Mark was speaking, and I heard it a couple of times, and I wondered, because many of our local boards would call it a public open forum. So I didn't know if we wanted to change the word citizens open forum to public open forum. I'm going to omit the limited that Mark used, because Mark said limited public forum as a descriptor. But in policy, when we write it down, do we want to write it as, I now declare the public open forum of,
If I can address that, because in our policy, it does say citizen open.
Correct. So
Forum.
she's asking if we should
So-
change.
So, and because that's the way that it's been on the agenda, I mean, if we vote that there's a distinction, then we decide if you still want to keep it citizen open forum. I think
Yeah.
it's because it's in the agenda, I'd leave it that way.
So one step at a time, basically. Okay. So any more discussion on the motion? Citizens open forum, but that is for the general public, not board members. That is the policy. We are saying that is clear, and that's the policy.
Could I ask Deborah to read it again, please?
Dennis Hirschberger moved that the agenda item named the Citizens Open Forum is specifically for the general public use only. Mrs. Arnold seconded the motion.
It doesn't say on that we're not the general public. I don't think it's specific enough.
Okay.
You want to add that? And say for the general public use only and not for board members?
And it needs to say something like board members are not considered general public
Because we're trying to find that clarity.
That could be,
So Dennis.
that is not specific enough.
Yeah, so we need to make sure, if I understand right, that the motion maker is okay with an amendment to add.
And not for board members?
Yes, I'd like Melanie, would you make that, or title that like?
We're going to do this later.
Okay.
We're just getting clarity on what the policy
Okay.
states right now, and that it,
Yes, I'll go with what Deborah just read.
the addition of,
And not for board members.
okay. And Betty, are you good seconding that? Yes. Okay. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8?
That is all 9.
9, right? 9.
Yes.
Sorry.
That is 9 opposed. So 9-1, that goes. Okay. That's what we had on the agenda for today. I am going to say, Debbie, not one time do I recall you asking this board to answer that question. So
Madam Chair, I asked on the open forum,
that was not a proper procedure, in my opinion.
and yet I received no answer.
Correct.
And I did not receive any of the open records requests I
That
made.
is not an open records request when you
It
stand
is.
at.
No, I put it in writing. It was in writing. I have an open records request. I want those everything I wrote and I said. That's what I want.
I don't know what to do with that.
Madam Chair, I think it's parliamentary procedure that I can adjourn the meeting. And I will do that, make a motion to adjourn this meeting. We can take this, we need time to digest what just happened. And so I move that we adjourn this meeting until March.
3rd, yeah. Second? Jim, all in favor? Okay. Meeting is adjourned. We will be back on March 3rd for our special meeting, which will be a completely closed executive meeting while we meet with the search firm. 10 a.m. March 3rd. Thank you.